Brain dead. Oh my god. Oh, it's officially going to take me 1 million XP to get to the next level. .4 hours. That is a 3-hour increase from last time. Which, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, isn't that big of a difference, but man, fuck. Still have 71 hours of runecrafting to go. Which, if you take off the 21.4, it's let's just do 97, 98. The XP difference of that. Oh my god, oh my god. I'm typing in chat. Why? Literally why? Fuck. Okay, so 97 to 98 is going to be 23.7 hours. You need to like write all this down, just for fun, just to have the knowledge. Okay. So we got 96 to 97 equals 20.4 hours. 21.4 actually. 97 to 98. Equals, I don't even remember, 23.8. It's 0.7. And then 98 to 99 is going to take 26.14 hours.
tide. My brave Indian warrior, soon I will hold you. My arms enfold you. I will never keep my sleep.
When I first started the piano, I, like a lot of other people, started self-taught. And if I was to start again today, there is a lot of things that I would do very, very differently. So in this video, I want to tell you how you can start learning the piano self-taught, including what you need, how to set goals, what you should learn and why. I'm going to talk about some common problems that a lot of people run into, how to avoid them and how to fix them. I'll give you some good video, book and course recommendations to best fit what you want to learn. And I'm also going to talk about how to keep going and how to get better over the long term. There are definitely some advantages to learning self-taught, such as, let's be honest, you can play what you want, and obviously it's a lot cheaper to learn without a teacher. However, there are also some disadvantages to learning self-taught, and that is that you don't know what you need to learn. And you can also run into problems that are going to affect your playing long term, such as if you don't understand something that you need to know, or if you've skipped a certain element of practice like sight reading. But hopefully in this video, I'm going to alleviate some of those disadvantages of playing self-taught. So let's start with what you actually need to get started. Firstly, you're going to need something to play on, and if you don't have something to play on already, then the best thing to get is a digital piano or an acoustic piano that has 88 keys, weighted keys, and that has a sustain pedal. If you have an instrument that has those things, then it's going to last you a pretty long time. The other thing that you're going to need is an idea about what you actually want to achieve by playing the piano. That can be as simple as you want to be able to pick up a piece of music and play songs that you like. It could be that you want to get to grade 8 piano. It could be that you're a music producer and you want to get really good at music theory and use the piano to do that. There are lots of reasons why you might want to learn the piano, because if you are someone, for example, that wants to be able to work songs out by ear, then it's going to be pretty pointless sitting down and reading a Bach prelude. So that's what you need. Let's talk about how you're actually going to get there. So the way that I stayed committed to learning the piano without losing motivation was to set long-term goals, short-term goals, and very short-term goals. Now, to me, long-term goals are something that should take around 6 months to a year to complete. For example, taking a graded piano exam or learning a Beethoven sonata. Longer-term goals tend to be outcome-related, so they're goals where you want to get something out of it at the end. However, long-term goals on their own, they're very difficult to stay motivated, which is why you should have short-term goals and very short-term goals. These should both be based on input rather than outcome, and by that, your short-term and very short-term goals should be based on what you actually do rather than what you're actually going to get out of it. For example, a short-term input goal might be, this week I'm going to practice 4 times for 30 minutes. And that is a goal that is entirely dependent on whether you do it or don't do it. And then there are very short-term goals, and that is things that you're going to do today. Now, once again, this should be input related rather than outcome related. So it needs to be something that you can do without the guarantee of an outcome. But your very short-term goals should always be in service of your short-term goals, and your short-term goals should always be in service of your long-term goals. And here's an example for you. So I might have a long-term goal of achieving grade 1 on the piano. And in order to be able to do that in 6 months' time, this week I'm going to practice 6 days a week for 30 minutes. And in my practice today, that is 30 minutes long, I'm going to practice 2 of the scales. I'm going to practice the first 4 bars of a piece, and I might also do 4 sight reading exercises. And then the key to this is once you've actually achieved your long-term goal, then you need to set another achievable long-term goal straight away. If you have constant long-term back-to-back goals, then it just becomes habit, and on a day-to-day basis, it's just something that you do, rather than thinking, today I can't be bothered. But what do you actually need to learn when you're first starting to teach yourself the piano? Well, that largely depends on what you actually want to get out of learning the piano. But there are 5 main categories of things that you can learn. The first is sheet music reading, there's scales, chords, music theory, and oral skills, which is just listening. Now, I would suggest for anyone that's teaching themselves the piano, especially at the basic beginner level, to try and start learning a little bit of all of these, because they are all very, very important. So let's talk about what's involved in each of these 5 categories and why you actually might want to learn them. So firstly, sheet music reading. You can very easily see visually on a piece of music exactly what's happening, and composers can be really specific when writing sheet music as to how they want you to play it. If you just play by ear, for example, then you are playing everything how you want to play it, which is not a bad thing. But learning how other people write music and seeing what is possible in music can expand how you interpret something played by ear, because the more music you've read, the more tools you've got. And then there's scales. Scales are what music is made from. On a piano, there are 12 different unique keys, and major and minor scales, which are the most common types of scales, narrow those 12 notes down to just 7. So if you are reading a piece of music or you're listening to a piece of music and you know know what scale that piece of music is using, it becomes a lot easier to work out what the notes should be. And when you practice scales on the piano, what you're really doing is giving yourself an opportunity to get really dexterous, but you're also making that set of notes automatic in your hands. So if you know the scale of G major really well, and you come across a piece that's in the key of G major, then your hand is going to automatically know which notes you're going to be playing on the keys. Then there's chords. There are certain patterns of chords that are really important to learn, such as triads or seventh chords. These types of chords are really common and come up time and time again. So if you learn the standard patterns of chords that you're going to see, then when you see them or hear them in a piece of music, your hand is automatically going to know where to go. And a lot of learning the piano is about patterns and pattern recognition. And that's why people that first start learning an instrument find it so difficult to sight read music, because what they're trying to do is read every single individual note on the page, whereas someone who is more experienced in music will look at a piece of music and just see it as a set of patterns that are happening that they've seen before in other pieces. Then there's music theory. If you understand how music works, then it's very easy to write your own music, to write transcriptions or interpretations of other people's music. If you're a singer, then you can change the key of a piece of music so that it fits better in your vocal range. So learning music theory is very, very helpful. And it's kind of interesting. And then there's oral skills, and oral skills just mean listening skills. So learning to hear different notes and how they relate to each other, and learning how different types of chords sound. If you listen to a piece of music and you really like that piece of music,
There's no music playing.
and you want to understand why you really like that piece of music so you can recreate it or write something similar. Or if you want to be able to work something out on the piano by ear, then you're going to want to learn how different intervals sound. And intervals just means the distance between notes. Learning to use your ears is really beneficial, especially if you want to improvise, if you want to play with other people, if you want to work stuff out by ear. It has lots of benefits. So that's what to learn and why. Let's talk about some common problems that people often face when learning by themselves. The first and probably the biggest is tension, and tension is a massive problem because your hands aren't necessarily going to do what you want them to do, and it can be very tempting to force them by tensing your hands. So the first thing you can do about this is, first of all, notice if you are tense or not. If your hands start to ache or you're finding that your hand is becoming rigid, then know that you can and need to do something about it. If your hands are generally tense, then what I would recommend doing is using scales to practice trying to shake your hand out every note like this. By wobbling your hand like that, it means that your hand can't be tense. If you're finding that you're just tense when playing certain parts of pieces, then stop on the notes where you're finding that your hand is tensing and do the same thing, so wobble your hand about. The second common problem that people have is sitting too high or too low at the piano. Now, I'm probably not helping the case here because I always have the piano too high for videos, and that's just so you can see my wonderful face and the keys at the same time. However, the best way to think about where you should sit and where the piano should be positioned is that your arms should be just over a right angle or 90 degrees. So if I was trying to sit at the correct height for this piano, I'd be sitting kind of there. You want it to be so that your hands can sit comfortably and you're not having to do any weird movements to be able to reach the keys. Another common problem is people using weird fingers and doing things like this, or putting their hand upside down. Once again, if you learn scales, then this does combat most of this problem because you learn the correct fingers to use in certain circumstances. But generally, if you're playing a piece of music and you've run out of fingers, then you need to change the fingers you used earlier on, rather than just trying to get through the piece and playing really random fingers and jumping around. My best advice is to just plan the fingers that you're going to use. Another common problem is people looking at their hands rather than looking at the music. Looking at your hands isn't inherently a problem in itself. The problem is, if you are trying to learn to read music, then not looking at the music is not going to help you learn to read music. It also means that if you're reading off a piece of music, then you're missing most of the detail that's in the music if you start to look at your hands as soon as you start to memorize it. So once you've played a piece of music a fair few times and you are starting to memorize it, which will happen, try and consciously follow the music with your eyes rather than looking at your hands. Another common problem is covering mistakes using the sustain pedal. If I play a scale and it sounds like this with the pedal, all of those notes sound the same, but if I play the same scale like this, you can hear a very clear gap between the third and fourth note, and that gap was covered by the pedal, which means although my hand is not doing the thing that I want it to do, the pedal is covering it up, so I don't know that mistake's there. So to combat this, try and play pieces with and without the pedal, and if there are mistakes without the pedal, then fix them rather than just covering it with the pedal. Another common problem is trying to learn really quickly and forcing it. A lot of people, when they first start learning, think that they should be learning more quickly and that they're learning too slow. So they try and force it by learning really difficult pieces or trying to run before they can walk. And although it's okay to do difficult pieces sometimes, you've really got to be careful that you don't try and skip a load of things in order to get there quicker, because it will be obvious in your playing. And the last common mistake that I see people make is that they use stickers on their piano. My blanket recommendation would be to not use stickers on the piano, because instead of learning what the keys actually are, you're just learning to read the letter on the key. It also means that if you're trying to read music, you're associating the dot with the letter rather than the dot with the key. Okay, let's talk about the best resources for learning the piano as a self-taught beginner. Now, firstly, there is a video on YouTube by a YouTube channel called Piano from Scratch, which is essentially a first lesson on how to start playing the piano. And I actually think it's a very good video for those that have never played before and want to know where the keys are on the piano and that kind of thing. It does a very good job of explaining. Another good video on YouTube is a video by a channel called Musicians Inspired, and it's about the landmark system. The landmark system, I think, is the best method for learning how to read sheet music and where all the notes are on the page. And the video by Musicians Inspired is very good at explaining it. And then to plug my own videos, I have done a video that is a complete guide to using the piano pedals. That is an older video that I've made, so I do sound a little bit personalityless. However, I covered the same topic and a lot of other topics that might be interesting in my video that is the top 10 most asked piano questions. And if you want to learn how to play by ear, I've also done several videos on how you can go about starting to learn to play by ear. Then there are a couple of books that I would recommend. First of all is the book It's Never Too Late to Play Piano by Pam Wedgwood. This is the go-to book that I use when I'm teaching adult beginners how to start learning the piano. I think it's very good at explaining, and it's not as slow in progressing as a children's book might be. A good book for children that are learning is the Complete Me and My Piano book. There are lots and lots of beginner piano learning books out there, and all of them are equally as good. You've just got to find something that best fits how you learn. For sight reading, I would recommend my sight reading book. Once you start learning how to read music and you're starting to understand the notes, sight reading is kind of a different skill. Sight reading is your ability to read a piece of music immediately rather than spend some time learning it and perfecting the piece. So my sight reading book, which you can download on my website, is a series of hundreds of exercises that get progressively harder. The problem that I found with a lot of sight reading material out there is that there just isn't enough of it. If you buy a graded sight reading book, for example, there usually are about 55 exercises. And by the time you've got to the end of those exercises, you're probably not that much better than when you started. But I designed the book to get progressively harder, and because there are over 400 exercises, you can just constantly be saturating yourself with note reading. And then for music theory, I would recommend either the Discovering Music Theory series of books or the Music Theory and Practice series of books by ABRSM. Both of these books are following the graded system, so grade 1 to 8. And if you are an absolute beginner, get the grade 1 book, work your way through it, and then when you feel comfortable with that, then you can get the grade 2 book, and so on. It's very methodical with how you work through the music theory and start understanding some really complex topics. And then for courses, there is a series of music theory courses on Udemy by someone called Victoria Williams, who goes through some of the grades of music theory, and she's very good at explaining and getting you to work through how the music theory works. And I am currently working on a playing music by ear course myself, so when that's available, I will recommend that. So let's talk about how to keep going and continuing to get better over a long period of time. Whenever starting any new skill, a lot of people get very excited to start with and then want to practice 6 hours a day, but then burn out and don't want to practice the instrument anymore. I think a lot of that problem will be solved by setting some long-term and short-term goals to hold yourself accountable. But some other things that you can do are things like recording your progress. If you record yourself playing a piece every month or every week or something like that, then you can really start to see your progress. If you really wanted to, you could even start a YouTube channel documenting your progress and then do a 1 year's piano progress video, and then you might find yourself being reacted to by me. Other things that you can do are things like quantifying success and measuring it. For example, if you did a 60-day challenge where you were to try and practice 30 minutes every day for 60 days straight, by the end of the 60 days, you will know whether you've succeeded or not. And that's something that you can quantifiably measure. And finally, you can get some feedback from peers or from musicians. There are lots and lots of Facebook groups with other beginners in that are trying to learn, and they're always giving each other feedback. Or you can ask musicians for their feedback. You can always ask any questions that you have in the comments and I'll answer them. Or you can book in through my website and I will happily tell you how to improve, and I know a lot of other musicians will do that too. But if you want to see me react to someone's 1 year of piano progress, then check out this video and I will see you there.
Hello everyone, Elijah here, back with another video. You've probably seen heaps of videos about escaping the mid-game, but no matter what, it always feels like you're stuck there, right? But what if I told you the so-called mid-game is a lie, and I'll show you how to truly escape it and why it feels like it never ends. Before we start, I just want to say the support of the last video was amazing, and I really appreciate it. I'd love to keep making more videos for you guys to help inform you and help you reach the next level of your journey. So if there's something in this video that helps you, please give the video a like, consider leaving a comment or subscribing. It helps so much, more than you know. With that, let's move on to the meat of the video. What I next show you, there are two critical things that are important about it that I want you to try and guess. So you probably see the early, mid, and late game as something like this. Did you notice anything about those clips? Firstly, the wealth gap is massive, with the early setup costing about 150k, the mid-game setup costing about 70 mil, and the late-game setup costing 1.5 bill, a 2,100% increase from the mid-game setup. Secondly, many of you might not have agreed with the image of the mid-game. To some of you, the mid-game might look like this, or this, or even this. Or unfortunately this. You don't want this. This is a trap. It leaves you feeling like the mid-game should be something you can progress through in a reasonable amount of time. Early, mid, late, 3 sections should all take similar amounts of time, right? But as we've seen, this couldn't be more incorrect. This is due to a social perception that the mid-game is some universally agreed upon thing, but the wealth gap between the mid and the late game is astronomical, which would understandably explain why you might feel like you're not making progress and you're always trapped in the mid-game. But that's because the goal is 1.5 bill, and you don't even know where you are or what you're aiming for. 1.5 bill is like the Mount Everest of goals, and you're moving towards it without even knowing where you're starting at. In my estimation, from my experience playing the game, there isn't 3 main sections of the game, there are 7. 7 tiers, 7 big breakpoints at each of these tiers that will vastly change your gameplay experience, and I will show you how to move from each one to the next to truly progress and grow your account. This is your account when you first create it. You're fresh off Tutorial Island and haven't got an idea where you're going or what you're going to do yet. You'll start off by getting membership, and next, I know it's not what you want to hear, but if you can afford it, buy a bond. With bonds almost at 10 mil, buying a single bond with real money is seriously going to propel your account's progress. You can buy lots of teleports, useful items like stamina potions, some starter gear and items. like a staff and some runes for the early quest bosses. If you've got some extra cash from a bond or another main account, I can highly recommend getting 70 prayer as one of the first things you do on your account. Your combat level will be so low you can barely be attacked by PKs, and you can do single inventories lightning fast with 10 HP. You can die super quickly to the Chaos Fanatic to reset in Lumbridge. The base of the early account will mostly be quests. Here's a new account I started playing on the side a week or two ago, and all the stats bar the range, prayer, magic, and a little bit of construction are purely from questing and XP lands, and that construction took less than an hour. Your main stat goal is going to be base 40s, 70 prayer if you can afford it to do it at level 3, and the main quests you're going to be doing are the big starter quests, Waterfall, Dorix, Night Sword, etc. As for gear, you're going to pick up basic rune armor, rune scimitar, a magic staff for casting Fire Strike or better. Right now there's no PVM goals, and your bank total goal is going to be to work towards 10 mil. Once you complete all of these goals and build up your bank, your account will progress to Tier 2, Adventurer. This is where your account will truly come into its own. You probably start your Slayer journey, push your combat stats up to plus 75, move towards getting your first Fire Cape and Barrow's Gloves. You potentially dip your toes into your first PVM experience. Your main stat goals are going to be base 75s in combat. Your quest goals are going to be Underground Pass, Legends Quest, and RFD, as well as Dream Mentor to unlock Lunas. Your main item goals, and this is a hefty list: Fighter Torso, Fire Cape, your Barrow's Gloves, Abyssal Whip, Dragon Defender, Barrow's Armor, Berserker Ring, and this next one's the biggest one, the Blowpipe. The amazing part about the Adventurer tier is how many powerful upgrades you can get for your account, and how inexpensive they are. There is a reason why almost half the items listed here are still used in other max gear setups at endgame content. As for your PVM goals, you could try Giant Mole, or just stick to Slayer and focus on monsters like Brutal Black Dragons, Gargoyles, or if you feel like doing a different boss, Barrows. Your bank goal is a bit of a hefty one. It's 100 mil. It's going to take a while to get there, but as long as you enjoy the process, there's lots of upgrades for you to earn along the way. Hope you get that Tasset drop. Once you've achieved all these goals, your account will move into Tier 3, Hero. This is where your account will really start to be propelled into more PVM, and the options completely open up. You'll want to build up your bank from Slayer skilling and other PVM activities for quite a while here. It's important to pace yourself. It's not a race. Don't try to burn out keeping up with other people. Remember, comparison is the thief of joy. You'll be starting to look to push up your stats to 85s or 90s ideally. Every max hit counts. You'll also be completing strong endgame quests with powerful rewards. Things like Dragon Slayer 2, unlocking Ferocious Gloves, Vorkarth and Rune Dragons, Monkey Madness 2, unlocking Demonic Gorillas for Black Demon tasks, and Desert Treasure 2 for unlocking the new bosses there. You'll also be looking to pick up some of the cheaper but very powerful PVM items that we skipped over in the last tier. I know I said it under Adventurer, but the Blowpipe, I'm putting it here again. It's such an insane weapon. Maybe consider putting Amethyst or Dragon Darts in it if you've got some money to spare, but this weapon is insanely powerful, even after the nerfs. There's a reason why it's still used at best in slot PVM content like Inferno, COX, Tob, and Toa. You will also 100% want to get the Osmunton's Fang. This item is so powerful. It can be used at almost any boss, God Wars, Toa, Duke, Vorkath. It's only about 5 or 6% worse than the Dragon Hunter Lance at Vorkath, and you can just keep the one item in your bank instead of having to afford two. It's crazy powerful. You also want to try to pick up all the pieces of Zenite jewelry. These items pound for pound are some of the best upgrades for each attack style. For magic, you can look at getting an item like Toxic Trident of the Swamp. Don't waste gold on items like Mando's Chestplate and Tassets, Prims, or Armadil yet. These are not worth your gold. What you do want to absolutely get is Rigor and Augury. Crazy good upgrades. You can look at moving into some of the more profitable bosses, Zulrah, Warcath, God Wars trips as a solo, or with a proper team, wilderness bosses like Ardio, Calvarian, and Spindle. You also open up some really strong non-boss profitable PVM, such as Rune Dragons if you feel like AFKing on the side. The next bank goal is a bit of a hefty one. There's no easy way of saying this, so it's 500 mil. It's a big goal, it's going to take a while. You'll of course upgrade on the way, but there's not much of a gameplay difference between here and there. Legend. Okay, you're officially a bit of a gamer here. Now you've got the bank to start moving towards maxing some skills, maxing out your POH, working on getting plus 99s in your combats, finishing off the rest of the Grandmaster quests I listed before. As for your gear, you definitely want to get a Bofa and full crystal. You can start expanding your weapon collection, potentially looking at picking up a face guard if you prefer non-slayer content like raids or off-task God Wars trips. This is also a good chance to expand your spec weapon collection, looking at picking up the light bearer. You 100% want a BGS. You could consider the Dragon Warhammer, Claws, or even a Void Waker if you really want to splash out. You can now do all the PVM content in the game. Nothing is off limits anymore. You have enough gear to consider trying the Inferno, though don't feel rushed to give it a go if you want to wait until your Twisted Bow instead. Your gear and stats from this point is actually incredibly solid. There's not much more you can really progress in terms of item upgrades here. You can maybe start picking up some bits and pieces that you are missing, things like full bandos, the Sang Staff, maybe even Virtus. For PVM, you can move into some higher tier content like COX, TOA Experts, TOB, maybe some higher tier Slayer bosses that you haven't unlocked yet, Thermi or Cerberus, rest of the Desert Treasure 2 bosses, and maybe Musper. The next bank goal, while hefty, is actually probably easier than the last tier. It's 1 billion gold. That seems like a lot, but you have the gear to do some of the best moneymakers in the game now. So this 500 mil is going to tumble a lot faster than the last 500 mil. Veteran. Okay, you've been playing for a while now. You've built up a hefty bank, you've got some pretty good stats, the world is your oyster here. You've got the gear to have near best in slot for any content in the game, and the stats to back it up. From here, it's slow and steady move to the finish line. For your main stats, you want to be moving from 95 to 99 in all combats, as well as probably working towards 99s in other stats if you want the skill cape perks, things like the construction and crafting capes. For your quest goals, you should be finished with quests. If not, you can round out your quest cape here, otherwise be working towards some important elite achievement diaries that are quite useful, like Lumbridge and Fremnik. As for PVM goals, like I said, the world's your oyster. Any PVM, any Slayer task you feel like you want to do to steadily build your bank, except Sire, all my homies hate Sire. God Wars, Nex, Raids, you're close to cracking the T-Bow barrier, but just keep in mind that until you have quite a few other pieces to go along with it, the Bofa is actually still better in terms of DPS. As for your item goals, finishing out the rest of your gear upgrades, grabbing Primordials, Virtus or Ancestral, finishing more or all of the spec weapons from before, and for your final bank goal, now it's time to really climb that mountain. You're going to be in Veteran for a while, so you better find content you like and really settle in, because the next goal is 2 bill. Well, damn, you actually did it. You finally got your mega weapon. You've got max stats, you maybe even maxed your account. Look back at where you started and appreciate where you've come from. If you were silly like me, you probably also burnt yourself out a decent amount on the way here, so maybe don't do that going forward, yeah? As for your main stat goals, you probably have max combat. If not, you can round that out here, potentially maxing your account if that's something that interests you. As for your quest goals, finishing off the elite achievement diaries. PVM goals. While it actually seems like the world should be your oyster here, because you're locking yourself into a mega weapon rebuild, you're actually locking yourself into less content. Because you want to do content where that item is incredibly powerful until you expand your bank a bit more. This is where you have more than enough gear and items to complete your Infernal Cape in some comfort. You can move on to harder PVM, 400, 500 expert raids, TOA, TOB, COX solos, hard modes. Of course, this doesn't mean other content is off limits. If you want to go grind the Mole Pet instead of Inferno, go for it. The fun is what you make of it. Nothing matters at this point anyway. As for your item goals, building out the rest of the set to support your mag weapon. If you bought a T-Bow, full Missouri, Zarite fan braces, and everything like that. If you bought the Shadow, full Ancestral, Magus Ring, everything to go with that. You also want to be rebuilding the other pieces of gear you sold off to get here. For example, if you got the T-Bow, you could look at getting your Virtus or Ancestral back, pick up Bandos, maybe even look towards buying Torva, getting a Scythe. You could also aim to go for the combat achievements and maybe unlock one of the Slayer helms. Other than that, you've done it. You reached the top of the mountain. It's complete. You're a PVM god, and you goddamn earned it. But Elijah, I hear you saying, wasn't that 7 categories? Aren't you forgetting one? Yeah, I mean it. You're probably maxed. You probably have an Infernal Cape. It's probably also time for you to switch over to a Zuck helmet or profile pick, put your pet count in the bio, and start talking down to players who have a single less PVM hour than you. But in all seriousness, the game finished a while ago. If you're still here, you don't need a section in this video to tell you what to do or how to play. You like it. You've been doing it for a while, so get out there, Scaper, and get after it. There we go. Why I think the mid-game...
Hey everyone, Elijah here, back with another video. Have you ever felt burnt out, or tilted, or like you're not having fun playing the game? Well, you might have fallen for one of the classic OSRS traps. Today we're talking about traps and mistakes that all of us fall for, and what you can do to avoid them. If you learn anything in this video that helps you, please leave a like and comment, let me know about it. Alright, before we get into it today, I just want to say thank you so much for helping me reach 3,000 subscribers. I never expected to hit this so quickly. I really appreciate your support. If you like what I'm doing, consider subscribing, as 90% of my viewers are not subscribed. And you want to be subscribed, because to show you as a token of my appreciation, I'll be giving away a bond for each 1,000 subs I have, so 3 bonds in total. And the winner of the last bond here is collecting their bond. They wanted the bond on the Hardcore Iron Man instead, so I bonded up their new Hardcore. Wish them best of luck on their journey. So to be eligible to enter, just make sure you're subscribed, leave a like and a comment, and I'll roll the winners in the next video. So, many of us have been playing this game for a while. I know I sure have. But I think there are some universal mistakes that players make often, and many don't even notice. And surprise, surprise, they're often mental barriers or ways of thought that trap us into making these mistakes and doing things in the game that leave us feeling annoyed, burnt out, or disinterested. You want to stick through to the last one? I know it's got me and quite a few of my friends many times over the years. The first mistake people make, not setting goals. Ever come back to the game and feel like the entire game is flowing out in front of you and it's just too much, so you don't really know what to do? So you don't really do anything and log off. Or maybe you play for a few days and you remember doing some skilling that you were doing before you quit, or Vorkath or something like that. So you go back to that, but you don't really know why you're doing it. So you lose interest and log off. You don't feel like logging in again. This is because you have no goals, no direction. Imagine entering a marathon, but you don't know the track, the finishing line, and everyone else in the race has started at different times to you, so you have no sense of what direction is right or anything. That's basically what it's like in RuneScape if you don't set goals. You won't know where to head or what to do. Now, these goals can be super personal, and my best piece of advice is to break it down into smaller chunks. Instead of maxing as a goal, have that set as a long-term goal, but have the goal of, I want to get 3 mining levels this week. Or instead of going, I want to make 1 billion GP doing PVM, set the goal of, I want to get 100 Vorkath KC this week. It doesn't matter if you make a lot of money or get a drop, but you can always aim for the KC of the boss. Setting these goals and personalizing it will make it a lot easier to find things that work for you and find goals that you find interesting, rather than just aiming for goals that require thousands of hours. Don't do dailies. This one might be a bit controversial, because I know many people suggest doing dailies, and on paper they're really good. Your Nightmare Zone herb boxes, battle staffs, doing herb runs, and bird's nests can certainly give good XP and good money. So I'm not saying don't do them at all, but don't do them if you don't feel like doing it. I remember in the early stages of my account where it basically felt like, because of how much I was working in real life, the few hours I got to play the game each day, I'd pretty much just log in, do my farm runs, do my dailies, and had hardly any time to actually play the game, doing PVM or Slayer, the content I enjoy doing. So while I'm not saying never do dailies or never do birdhouse runs, just do it if you feel like it. Instead of interrupting your current Slayer task or PVM trip to go do another birdhouse run, just do it tomorrow when you log in, instead of doing it on the hour every hour. If you're doing dailies when you feel like doing it, rather than making it a chore, you're doing it right. Number 3, focusing too much on GP. Now I know what you're going to say. This, of course, comes from a perspective of hindsight, and, well, it's easy for you to talk about not worrying about money. You have plenty. You're not worried about getting a bond next week. And while this is true, when I first started, I didn't. I remember seeing players in full bandos with an SGS and being able to easily afford prayer potions and cannonballs while I had nothing but an Abbey whip and a fighter torso. So I grinded Zulrah. Lots and lots of Zulrah. This is back when Zulrah was like the only moneymaker around. Volkath wasn't in the game yet. And I basically did nothing but kill Zulrah every time I logged in for weeks. So I could save up 150 mil, buy my Bando set with the Primordials and the SGS for Slayer. But as I explained in my Unraveling Max Hits video, which if you haven't seen, I highly recommend checking out, gear especially doesn't matter anywhere near as much as you think it does. All these gear upgrades and grinding I did probably made my Slayer journey 2% faster, and it took me weeks to get there. You can do nearly as much DPS for 1/100th the cost of best in slot or higher priced gear. Spend your time playing your account and getting stats and XP. Don't make the same mistake I did and put your account on hold to grind money until you're completely burnt out of the game and can't even enjoy the bank you've built. That being said, if you are looking for some money making methods for all tiers, if you're looking to grab a bond or just move to that next upgrade or get some gold for chin chompers or something like that so you can level up your stats, checking out my money making guide here. I made a whole bunch of different money making methods for every tier of the game, so I guarantee there's something there that you can sink your teeth into. Number 4, focusing too much on maxing. This also applies to achievement diaries. I think people put too much focus on those as well. I will probably cover that in a future video. But focusing on such a massive goal like maxing is a huge undertaking. Many people will list the time taken to efficiently max as about 1200 to 1500 hours, but in reality, especially if it's your first ever account, you don't have ults to funnel gear. You don't have the knowledge to max efficiently. You're not gonna do the 3-tick, more intense methods. It's probably gonna take you closer to 3,000 to 5,000 hours to max your account. So setting such a massive goal for yourself before you even really start is a bit insane. Okay, yes, I set myself this goal when I was level 30 combat, that I would max and prove little kid me that it could be done, and I would have one of the big max capes and be a god tier gamer. But I also burnt myself out about 5 or 6 times along the way and quit the game for like 6 to 8 months each time. So it's better to focus on what you enjoy doing rather than maxing. No one enjoys grinding at 99 agility on rooftops for 400 hours. It's just a grind we go through. And trust me, the max cape, and I'll get to this as well in another video like I said, but the diaries are nowhere near as good as you think they are. Pre-maxing, I thought the max cape was the most OP best cape in the game ever, and I would always use it everywhere at every boss all the time. I don't. I've been maxed for a while. Trust me, it doesn't get used anywhere near as much as you think. 90% of the time I just use this as a house tab and teleport to my POH, which has all the other teleports in it. That's pretty much all I actually use it for. The, Inferno max cape and the other max capes are purely cosmetic. They have the exact same stats as the normal max capes. I know this is a misconception some newer players have, but the Inferno max cape doesn't also have all the perks attached to it. It's just purely a cosmetic thing. So trust me, you don't need it. It's not as good as you think. Number 5, burning out on grinds you hate. Instead of forcing yourself to grind an elite diary or grind mining to get a skill cape and hating the game every time you log in because that grind is just sitting in front of you and you force yourself to do it, just take breaks. Find other things that you enjoy, that you want to try. Maybe try a different skill out, maybe try a different boss, maybe go into the wilderness and try some content there. Or if you're trying to grind stats, maybe just try a different method. Instead of sitting there trying to do drop mining iron all the time, maybe go give blast mining a go or volcanic mine. There might be things that you enjoy that you just haven't tried yet. Grinding out all the hard diary unlocks simply because you want it to look green when you don't actually enjoy the grind is a good way to make yourself not like the game and unsubscribe. Just take breaks and do what you enjoy. Number 6, beating yourself up about your own progress. Now, this one's a tricky one to sort of nail down exactly what I'm saying, but If you've ever had the feeling where you look at the wiki and see an XP rate or a boss kill rate per hour, and then you try and do it for an hour and you don't achieve that rate, even if it's only by a little bit, if the wiki says 55k and you get 50k, you kind of feel like you fell short and you should have done better. This is a massive trap. I know I personally have fallen to this plenty of times and gone, oh, you know, I've got a few hours tonight to AFK on the side while I get other bits and pieces done, or maybe watch Netflix. But after 3 hours, I look at my total XP and it's only 120k when it should be closer to 165k. So you feel disheartened because you felt short of your goal. But I think this is a trap. You should look at it the other way. You just gained 120k XP. That's a lot. If you did that every day, you'd be 99 fishing in no time. And keep in mind that all XP you gain is moving ever closer to never having to get XP in that skill ever again. It's not only 120k XP, that's 120k XP closer to the 99 finishing line. And no one is going to know after you get your skill cape. No one's going to care how you got that XP or how slow or fast it took you once you got it. Number 7. Focusing too much on efficient methods. If you enjoy drop mining iron and you want to do that all the way to 99, go for it. If you want to do MLM, do that. XP is XP. Who cares how long it takes to get there? Now, I'm not saying don't do efficient method. If you love 3-tick 4 granite, go for it. I didn't do too much tick manipulation on my maxing journey, but for some reason, I really enjoyed 3-tick chins. I just found it more comfortable and somehow easier than normal chins. The rhythm just felt good. But if you burn out and can't be asked after 25 minutes of 3-tick, but you could happily cut logs AFK for 4 hours, guess which one's going to give you the best XP overall? It can actually be more efficient to do less efficient methods if that's something that engages you, or you can do that for a longer period of time. Like, who cares about 3-tick chin chompers if you can only do it for 10 minutes before you can't be bothered playing RuneScape for the next week? If you could do normal chin chompers the normal way for 2 days straight, then you're going to get way more XP. And like I said, no one cares once you have the cape. Do you know how I train my mining? Because I promised I wasn't doing 3-tick 4 granite. Number 8. Focusing too much on graceful. Now, before all the Iron Men get at me, I will add the caveat that this doesn't apply to Iron Men. For them, this is insane. But for most other players, I think graceful is super overrated. I've leveled quite a few accounts, and I got graceful on the first few, but I think graceful is often not quite as useful as people think. Graceful doesn't actually make your run energy drain slower or regenerate while you're running. It only regenerates when you're walking. So for the most part, getting a spottier cape and boots of lightness that gives you minus 9 kilos of reduction is nearly half as good as Graceful's minus 25. However, it takes 2 seconds to buy a cape, use a knife, and get your boots of lightness. While it takes hours to grind from 40 to 60 agility at Canifus, the best way to get Marks of Grace, to get your Graceful set. And you can easily just sip an extra stam dose in most situations as a main and make it completely irrelevant. I have had many friends want to try the game and learn. They need to get their Graceful cape and get very bored or quit or claim RuneScape as a boring game because you need to get so many items before you can quote-unquote actually play the game. Also, see Winter Todd for Hardcore Iron Man. I think, thankfully, this mentality has shifted. I know most new Hardcore Iron Men don't bother doing the 99 farming Winter Todd grind because it's definitely not worth the mental burnout. But next time you're questing, just bring 1 to 2 stamina potions instead of Graceful. You'll see what I mean. It's not that big a deal. And since we talk so much about Iron Man, this next point. Choosing a game mode you enjoy. Iron Man mode might not be for you. You might watch your favorite streamer play it and it seems like fun, but actually grinding that much for a single item, especially when you go dry, just might not be fun for you. You might wish that you could just buy the item and move on to something else. Or maybe you're a main and grinding Vorkath for hours and trapping yourself into just doing good money makers might demotivate you to play. Whereas while playing an Iron Man and changing it up and doing different content and tracing drops for the drop rather than for money might be better for you. It's personal for everyone. Know what you're like, what you prefer, and pick the game mode that suits you. Being anti-plugin. Now, I've met many players like this before in other games, especially in World of Warcraft, players who say, I don't need weak auras or boss mods, I can do it without that. It's basically cheating. Except it's not. It never has been, and there's a reason why everyone uses them, even the best players. It makes your cognitive bandwidth able to handle more, or it makes otherwise intense methods more chill. Look at Herbivore. This would be a super focused, more intense training method without the plugin. But with the plugin, it turns to a nice relaxing method you can do while watching Netflix or YouTube. Being scared of the wilderness. This one, I almost certainly will make a video on later, because at certain combat brackets, you should 100% feel the right to be scared of the wilderness. With a smaller bank and lower stats, there are certain PK builds that can just 100% kill you that you basically can't escape from. But there's a lot of really good money-making methods, skilling methods, and other content in the wilderness that can be really beneficial to do. And I know the risk is death, but just make sure that you're not taking too much risk that you're worried about losing, and you can probably make more money or experience doing stuff in the wilderness than you would lose from that death anyway. Do quests. I know almost for a fact that you've heard this one before, but trust me, as I explained in a previous video, these stats from an account I started playing a couple weeks ago are brand new, and almost all of this is from quests. Just buy some stand pots, some teleports, turn on the quest helper plugin from the plugin hub, switch your brain off and do some quests. I'd also recommend anytime you need a stat requirement for a quest, just look up the quest XP sheet here, I'll leave a link in the description, that will tell you what quests give you XP rewards, and just see if you can do any of those quests to knock off the requirement for the current quest you want to do. Learn one boss mechanic at a time. I think a lot of people beat themselves up for watching a guide, and his guide being quite intuitive, but then attempting the new content themselves and not instantly getting it the first go. Or you can be like me and try to rush through a boss, purely try to eat and DPS my way through, ignoring mechanics, just to try and get my first KC. I remember it took many tries when I was first learning Zora back with base 70s, however, learning boss mechanics is a much better way to go. You don't need to rush to learn all the mechanics at once. As an ex-Mythic WoW raider, you'll kill bosses far better and more consistently when the team is just trying to focus on learning one or two things per attempt. Instead of going into Warcraft and trying to remember every single little tip and advanced mechanic from all the videos, trying to Wooks walk on your very first attempt, just go in with one or two mechanics. Try to remember those, then tally out and go in again, and try and learn the next mechanic, and keep going until you feel more confident, then give it a go. It's the same in any raid. When you're learning COX or TOA, instead of trying to memorize every layout and room and method all before you ever set foot inside the instance, just learn Baba and practice doing her mechanics a bit. And then once you feel confident, just reset and try Zebak. Repeat as many times as you need, and don't feel disheartened or that you failed because you didn't nail the boss first time round. Everyone learns at a different pace. And lastly, it's a bit of a cheesy one, but have fun. Take breaks from the game when you don't feel like playing. There's a really good way of burning out, and it's logging in when you just don't feel like logging in. If you want to go play a different game or just take a break altogether, don't feel like you're going to miss out on XP gains. You're going to make yourself hate the game, and there's no point playing it if that's how you feel. This runs through a lot of other points I've made in this video, but don't do methods because you feel like you have to, or grind money because you feel like you have to. Just do things you find fun. Take breaks from current grinds and go find something new to do. I really appreciate you watching. If there's something you learned in this video that helped you, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe.
Creases in the upholstery. It is still as comfortable as ever. I love the memory foam seat. I love the reclining feature. I fall asleep in this chair all of your entire purchase. If you do end up getting a chair or desk, let me know in the comments below. I would love to know what you think about it. So if you are thinking about dumping your bank for a high ticket item, you're going to need to know when to do it. So there's a lot of different variations that can go in this, but to keep the video as short as it can be, with still giving you the most information, the when is not so much right when you get the amount of money that you need for this item, or the amount of money plus items that you can sell, but it's actually the key to wait a little bit longer. So you don't want to get a Dragon Hunter crossbow, for example, which at the time of this video is about 84.5 mil. on the Grand Exchange. So you don't want to save up and be like, oh my god, my bank is worth 85 mil right now, I can finally get a Dragon Hunter crossbow. You don't want to do that, because after you buy it, you're only left with 500k if you happen to get it at the actively traded price, which more often than not, that doesn't really happen. You end up paying a little bit more. So you want to save some money over this so you can get back to what you're doing with at least semi-viable gear. Now, something like the Dragon Hunter crossbow or the Twisted Bow in this instance, you don't want to dump and have no money left. You kind of want to save a little bit over that. I mean, let's face it, you've already saved millions for this item, so why not save about 15 or 20 mil more to make sure that you still have some decent gear and definitely enough to fund your endeavors to do this. Now, what I'm talking about here is peripheral gear. So if you get a Twisted Bow, you can immediately go to Zulrah and just Twisted Bow camp it, and it's super easy. But for doing that, you're going to want to have something like a set of Blessed D-Hides. You'll also want to have a Necklace of Anguish. So those are going to help your accuracy and your overall DPS. You don't want to be left with nothing, otherwise your rebuild is going to be a lot slower than it could be. So does it have to be 15 to 20 mil over the price of this item? No, it doesn't. It could be less, depending on what item you're going for and what activity you're planning to make your money back. But I would honestly lean closer to the 20 mil side. That way you can afford that Necklace of Anguish for the DPS increase and the accuracy increase, and also that set of Blessed D-Hides. Anything that's going to help you make that money back is definitely going to be your friend. Our next question we want answered is why? Why do we want to dump our bank for a big ticket item and not just save a whole bunch of money for it? Well, the answer is really quite simple. In old school RuneScape, and it's been like this forever, you have to spend money to make money. If you sit around just kind of twiddling your thumbs and doing everything the really slow way with your mediocre weapons while you just, save and save and save, it's going to take you so long to get that item. But if you take your items and then dump them for, let's say, again, a Dragon Hunter crossbow, that Dragon Hunter crossbow is going to make you money back a whole lot faster than you would make money saving for it if you're just using something like an Armadillo crossbow or a Dragon crossbow. You have to think about the mechanics of the game and the DPS boost that this Dragon Hunter crossbow gives you over those other crossbows, especially at the Brutal Black Dragons. You're looking at a huge accuracy and damage increase, which is essentially saying you're going to make X amount of GP this percentage faster. And I can't remember off the top of my head what it is. I think it's 20% accuracy and damage increase. And when you top that off with something like Void, it's going to go even higher. So you're going to make that money back that much percent faster. So you always have to consider the game mechanics behind what you're doing, not just go out on a whim and do something. So the last question we need answered is, how should we rebuild? Well, you just bought a big ticket item and PVM is going to be your answer. Obviously, it's always PVM. So we'll start out with the Twisted Bow. How you're going to rebuild with this? Well, one option is Zulrah. Zulrah becomes way easier once you get a Twisted Bow because you don't have to worry about gear changing. All you have to worry about is avoiding the clouds and getting to your next location so you don't take a ton of damage from whatever else Zulrah throws at you. Assuming you're pretty decent at Zulrah, you can see around 25 kills per hour and you're going to profit 3 to 3.2 mil. Our next one is the Brutal Black Dragons. The Twisted Bow actually is the best in slot there because they have an extremely high magic level. You will need 77 Slayer for the Brutal Black Dragons, but you can see 65 kills an hour, or actually more, depending on how good you are and how much you pay attention, 1.5 to 1.6 mil per hour at 65 kills. Ceradome and God Wars Dungeon is another option. I mean, there's times where you can just 5 or 6 hit Zilliana and the kill is over. 2.8 mil an hour at 20 kills. Now that 2.8 mil does include the drop rates of the hilt and the Armadillo crossbow, so you might have to stay there for a while, but it will average out eventually. The next one is the Alchemical Hydra with 95 plus Slayer and a Slayer task. You got to be on a Slayer task to get the Hydra, so if you've saved up or have a bunch of Slayer points, you can just Konar skip to get Alchemical Hydra after you dump for your T-Bow. You're looking at around 25 kills per hour, assuming you're okay with it. 4.2 to 4.4 mil per hour profit. Very good for the Twisted Bow rebuild. The next one, which you might not have expected, is the Giant Mole. And you want to have the Falador Hard Diaries done for this, so the shield will tell you where the mole burrows to. You can go find it, and it's really not that bad. You can get around 60 kills per hour with a Twisted Bow there, 1.3 to 1.5 mil per hour profit. Our next one is the Dragon Hunter crossbow. A whole lot cheaper than a Twisted Bow, but can still pull in a great amount of money. Brutal Black Dragons, just like with the Twisted Bow, the next best in slot is going to be the Dragon Hunter Crossbow. Again, you'll need 77 Slayer for this. You're looking at around 55 kills per hour with the Dragon Hunter Crossbow in a Void setup, 1.3 to 1.4 million GP per hour profit. The next one, Vorkath. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows Vorkath with the Dragon Hunter Crossbow is great. It's super lazy, well, when it comes to Vorkath anyways. A lot lazier than the Lance, but a little bit less kills per hour. You will need to have Dragon Slayer 2 completed to kill Vorkath after the quest for tons of loot. You're looking at 3.5 to 3.7 mil per hour profit at 26 kills per hour. The next one is going to be Skeletal Wyverns, and these are super AFK, like completely AFK. You just click on one, kill it, walk away for 30 seconds, come back, and there's your loot. Now, 72 Slayer is required to kill the Skeletal Wyverns, but hey, that's really easy to get. With the Dragon Hunter Crossbow, you can see 1.2 to 1.4 million GP per hour, completely AFK at 70 kills per hour. Next up, we will check out the Dragon Hunter Lance. So the Dragon Hunter Lance is a really awesome weapon for anything Dragonkin or Dragon based. Your first option is going to be Rune Dragons with the completion of Dragon Slayer 2. Even with mediocre gear, just like Barrow's gear and Amulet of Fury, you can still see somewhere around 45 kills per hour, and with that you're pulling in 1.3 to 1.5 million GP profit every hour. Next up is Vorkath. Again, Vorkath with the Dragon Hunter Lance is a little bit faster if you got the Wooks Walks down, and you do have to have Dragon Slayer 2. I just feel like I gotta throw that in there every time for anybody that misses it. But with the Lance, you can expect around 30 kills per hour once you get some good mechanics in there, 4.1 to 4.3 million GP profit per hour. And your last option here is the Alchemical Hydra. I threw this in here because some people do like to do the Hydra with the Lance, and it is doable, and you will have to have, again, 95 Slayer plus be on a Hydra task to do it, but you can get around 21 kills per hour if you're decent at the Hydra with the Dragon Hunter Lance, 3.6 to 3.8 million GP profit per hour. Our last one is the Scythe of Vitor, and this one is actually a little tricky. The Scythe of Vitor is extremely expensive to use because you need vials of blood as well as 3 blood runes for every scythe charge that you use. So the cost does add up. So you're not going to want to do this just anywhere. You're not going to want to go to like the Grotesque Guardians to try to rebuild if you have a Slayer task there, or really anywhere else that the scythe is actually really good, because you need to make that money back to cover both the cost of using the scythe as well as making yourself profit to get your bank back. So really the only 2 options you have for this, if you're going to do a scythe rebuild, is probably going to be 1, the Chambers of Xeric. Now if you can solo, you're looking at 2 completed raids per hour. It's around 30 minutes a raid, and you're going to see 2 to 2.1 mil profit per hour in the long run. So for the Scythe of Vitor, you're probably going to want to have a little bit more overhead if you do dump your bank for one of these. So you want to have somewhat decent gear to go along with the scythe to push you through those raids faster. The next one is the Theater of Blood. Now the Theater of Blood calculations here are assuming a 4-man squad with no deaths. So the Theater of Blood, still amazing money per hour. With a 4-man squad, no deaths, and a decent team, you can easily get 2 completed raids, if not 3, if you're really good and your team is really good. But at 2 completed raids per hour, you're still seeing 3.5 to 3.7 million profit per hour. So if you do have a Scythe of Vitor, I would suggest learning to do the Theater of Blood if you have just dumped your bank for it, because that is going to be your moneymaker. That's where you're going to cover the cost of using the scythe as well as get all your gear back. Now, there are other monsters around the world of Gielinor that you can do rebuilds with. These are just a few of them, and these are what I would personally do or look at doing if I was in this position where I had to dump my bank or wanted to dump my bank to get one of these high ticket items. So that's going to do it for this video, guys. I hope that if you were on the fence about dumping your bank for an item, I hope this video has given you some insight on how to tackle the task of dumping for an item and then rebuilding your bank to be bigger and better than it was before. As always, guys, thank you for watching this video, and remember, if you're interested in grabbing yourself an eWin Racing gaming chair or gaming desk, check out the links in the description below. Make sure to use code ASUKAYEN for 20% off your entire purchase. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Take it easy, everybody.
Hello everyone, Chaos here, and welcome to another old school RuneScape video. Much like the Nightmare Zone, one cannot claim to be an old school RuneScape YouTuber without making a bank rebuild video. So if you recently got hacked or dumped your bank for a few items, today we will go over how to climb your way back to success in this medieval point-and-click game from 2007. If this video is helpful, remember to subscribe with notifications on, and to join our Discord with the link in the description to interact with our amazing community. For this video, we are aiming for at least 21 likes, so I'll give you a second to do that. Okay, thank you. Instead of disclaimers, I'll quickly tell you how this video is going to work. As this topic has been heavily discussed, you can potentially guess how it's gonna go. Dump your bank for either a T-bow, Dragon Hunter lance, or crossbow, and kill Zulrah or some dragons to get your items back. And while that's partially how this video will go, I'm also going to give you a small roadmap of items you can buy in order to make the rebuild more efficient, which I haven't seen in many of these videos, or none at all. So Scapers, let's get ready to earn our way back to our prestigious items and dive right in. In this first part of the video, I will quickly talk about how to rebuild from scratch in case you were hacked and want to get your items back slowly but surely. I say quick because I've made an entire video of me taking on the challenge of seeing how much money I can make in 10 hours from absolute scratch, so I will link that video in the description in case you also want to hear about all of those methods in greater detail. The quote-unquote good news about being hacked is that although you lost your items, you still have your skills, quests, and achievement diaries. If you find yourself in a situation where your bank value is 0, look no further than the Corrupted Gauntlet to start the rebuild. If you're good enough at the game, this place offers a great profit per hour for quite literally 0 gear requirements. And you can even walk away with some crystal seeds, which will speed up your gains quite dramatically. When you feel like you have enough money, for example a few million GP, you can then buy cheap seeds that will yield moderately expensive herbs. I recommend Avanto, Quorm, and Cadentine, as their prices is in the triple digits, and just a single herb can cost more than 1k GP each. If you have some extra cash, I suggest buying Raynor or Snapdragon seeds for your disease-free patches in Trollheim and Weiss, as well as Hosidius, as even the minimum 6 herbs will cover the cost of the seed. Along with it, I always recommend pairing your farm runs with some birdhouse runs, which can yield a great profit for a single minute of your time. Bird nests are very profitable, and even with lower tier houses you will be able to increase your gains by quite a bit. Now imagine the hacker was a good guy and only took your tradable items. So if you have things like your Void Armor, and after doing a few hours of Corrupted Gauntlet, another option is that you can get yourself a Trident with a few charges and hit up the Barrows Brothers. With a few lucky items you can build your way back to a Blowpipe, and with some mid-tier darts you can then even attempt to do Zulrah for a more consistent moneymaker, even if it's going to take slightly longer to kill. Now, I know this is easier said than done, but you can obviously do this for as long as you need in order to get back some of your PDM items, to then make your boss kills more efficient to speed up the process. So these are just a few ideas you can put to the test if the worst case scenario happens, and when you have the standard items like mid-tier melee gear, Aram robes, and Blessed Dragonhide, you can look to join a few raids for some lottery items that will make the rebuild lightning quick. Before we end this segment, you can avoid getting hacked with today's video sponsor. Just kidding, don't skip ahead. I see you already hovering over the play bar looking for when the segment ends. Don't worry, no sponsor today, but I will however plug one of my older videos about account security, also in the description. I'm sure you will find something useful and probably something you didn't know before. So now, onto the important part of the video. So when you plan on selling your bank for an item or a few items, I would personally follow one big rule in order to make it slightly more efficient. Try to stay away from items that need charges in order to keep functioning at max efficiency. The only exception to this rule is if you are going to use said item at a place which can upkeep those charges at least with common drops. For example, dumping your bank for a scythe to do TOB doesn't sound like a terrible idea at first, but you need other expensive items to bring it up to its full potential. And if you don't get lucky with the drops, you may break even or even lose money. This can also be the case for a scythe dump to farm drops and pets for Chambers, Nightmare, Cerberus, Scalfate Queen, just to mention a few. But knowing my luck, the rebuild would be incredibly slow. That being said, let's look at 4 other options if you decide to dump your bank for some gear upgrades. As I said before, most of the bank rebuild videos you see today on YouTube will have the same 3 items, which I will also talk about in a little bit. But a new one we can look at is Tunic and Shadow. At the time of making this video, this item is still sitting at 1.7 billion GP, and the quote-unquote bad part about it is that you kinda need Ancestral and Max Mage gear in order for it to slap some cheeks. Obviously, Aram is your next best bet, which will help with accuracy, but the damage percentage is so disgusting that you're gonna want to dump your bank for this as well. Make sure you have extra money for Ancestral to make it even better. I made a whole video on this incredibly powerful item and the many bosses you can farm with not as many supplies used in order to get lucky at some drops, or even some consistent money makers. The number one option you should look at for your rebuild is obviously the Tombs of a Mascot itself. With a few purples and some luck, your rebuild can potentially be over rather quickly, and the general drops will be more than enough to keep up the charges. I wanted to make an extra segment for this item as it can potentially carry you through most of the raid, while your other items don't really need to be that powerful. With standard melee gear and the Zamarakian Hasta, along with maybe some Blessed Dragon Hide and a Blowpipe, paired with a Tunican Shadow will be more than enough to participate in some high-level raids until you make enough money for more powerful items. With the staff you can efficiently kill Zabak, Akka, and of course phases 2 and 3 of the final boss. I have seen some people running the staff along with Ancestral alone, ditching the Twisted Bow because of how powerful it is. So if you can only yoink a single big ticket item, this is going to be great for some Tombs of a Mascot runs. My favorite bosses to slay while I had this item were Bandos, Krill, and Zeliana in the God Wars dungeon, as you can kill them without much trouble if you freeze them while the shadow goes to work. Another great option, although not exactly the best for money making and the rebuilding, would be the Giant Mole. But like I said, you can check out that video to look at some other options if you decide to get this valuable item. Alright, we started with a 1.7 billion GP item, and now we are going to bump that down to a humble 1.2 billion GP. Again, as of the time of making this video. It is incredibly common for players to dump their bank for a Twisted Bow, because with the right monsters you can make so much money with little to no gear. The cool part about it is that it is so strong at some places that you can even wear Void and it is still going to completely destroy many bosses, unlike the Tunican Shadow, where it's kinda recommended to also have full Ancestral. If you have literally 0 GP after your purchase, first I'll tell you what to upgrade, and then we will look at some bosses to keep making a disgusting amount of money. So imagine you have the Twisted Bow and full Void along with Dragon Arrows with your Avas Accumulator or Assembler. Some cheap items to go for first would be an Amulet of Glory and Snakeskin Boots. You should then upgrade to Blessed Dragonhide because some sets can be really cheap and you can make that money back in literally no time. If you don't yet have the Rigor Prayer unlocked, that's going to be your first upgrade, as the benefit you get from it will be far superior from the item coming up. At the time of making this video, it is 34 million GP, but see it as an investment and get it as soon as possible. The next best item we're looking for is the Necklace of Anguish. With it being the only neck item slot in the game with range strength, this will increase your DPS significantly. With a Twisted Bow and Dragon Arrows, Rigor, and the Necklace of Anguish, that's where most of your DPS is going to come from. After Blessed Dragonhide, we're looking for some Armadillo Armor, or even Carols if you don't want to spend that much. And when you make even more cash, Masori Armor is going to mark the end of your rebuild for range. The Twisted Bow is amazing at farming bosses and even some lesser monsters with high magic attack. I will talk about my favorite ones, but keep in mind that they're not the only options. If you're looking for something to AFK for the rebuild, Brutal Black Dragons is the place to go. All you need are some extended anti-fire, ranging potions, and prayer potions, and sit there with auto retaliate on, and then click to collect your loot. Now, one thing I forgot to mention is that I will not include GP per hour because this will heavily depend on your levels and how much attention you are paying to the game. A great boss to camp that you can also do with Void is Zulrah. Twisted Bow only is my favorite method, and it honestly goes by rather fast with good RNG. With the consistent drops, you will be making around 100k per kill, or even more, but it's not going to be as chill as the previous method. With higher requirements though, camping the Alchemical Hydra will be amazing once you have the method memorized. I love this place because of the chance at the claw and arguably one of the best pets in the game. And I have so much fun with it that it will go rather quickly. I personally bring my Bone Crusher necklace to have more inventory space for drops, but during a rebuild, you obviously want to keep every bit of GP you get. Zeliana is a great boss to camp if you're feeling lucky, because with her common drops, you will barely cover for your supplies. You can just run around the room while attacking her, and wait to see a Saradomin hilt or an Armadillo crossbow on the ground. Like I said, I'm not a fan of lottery items from bosses, and I would much rather do something for consistent GP, but this boss is great to practice movement as well. The final method for the Twisted Bow is also the Tombs of a Mascot. And like the Tunican Shadow, this item will be able to carry you through Zebak and phases 2 and 3 of the final fight. It may not be as useful as the staff here, but pair it with a Zami Hasta and a trident with not so expensive armor, and with a few lucky purples, your rebuild will be over pretty quickly. Alright, so that's it about the 2 most expensive items on the list, and now we're gonna look at 2 more affordable options for you to farm monsters for consistent loot. The first one being a Dragon Hunter Lance. This time, I will talk about the 2 sets I recommend for places to grind for money, and then the upgrade progression you should follow. If you dumped your bank for this item, go to the Skeletal Wyverns to make some starting GP. With some prayer potions and food, you will be able to make some decent cash for some quick upgrades. I will assume you have a fighter torso and at least a Nazi helm and dragon boots, and then you want obsidian legs for the strength in the leg slot. Follow that up with a cheap pair of ferocious gloves if you meet the requirements, and then an amulet of torture. You can get the last two at wyverns, or you may move to the next method to get them quicker. Even without just this year armor, rune dragons are great for high level money making, and one that doesn't need that much attention. If you come here, remember to buy a Dragonfire shield, which is not that expensive nowadays, just in case you forget to drink your Dragonfire protection. And once you have the items we talked about, if you plan on staying here for longer, just this year is going to be your next upgrade. I would personally stay here until I was able to afford bandos for our next method. Now, you cannot have a Dragon Hunter lance and all of the gear we've talked about, and not go for one of the best and most consistent moneymakers in the game, Vorkath the Money Dragon. I've made an in-depth guide on it if you want to check it out. Anyway, once you're comfortable with farming Vorkath with melee, for which you want a salve amulet instead of a torture, you can then rebuild your way back to a Nezi face guard and a pair of primordial boots. With near maxed melee gear, this part of the rebuild is almost over. Of course, not counting Torva armor, which goes for a whopping 1 billion GP as of the time of making this video. Other places to use the Dragon Hunter lance would be the King Black Dragon, although the loot is not really going to be amazing, and honestly, it's a little annoying to farm. But the pet is way too nice to pass up on the opportunity to make some money here. Once you made a bit more cash, the Dragon Hunter lance will be a key item in the Chambers of Xeric, as Olm's melee hand, along with many monsters inside, will die rather quickly if you use this cool looking weapon. Like I said previously, I don't really recommend the RNG moneymakers, but you never know when you will get lucky. The final item on this rebuild list is a Dragon Hunter crossbow, and we will be killing pretty much the same monsters. The best part about this item is that as long as you have Elite Void armor and Dragonfire protection, if you kill Vorkath with Ruby and Diamond Dragon bolts, you need a lot less gear to farm the boss efficiently. So, we will start here in order to make a ton of starting cash. If you want to slowly but surely save up for a Twisted Bow, you can go to Brutal Black Dragons with this item instead. With your Void and the Diamond Dragon bolts as well as Bastion Potion and Rigor, you can easily hit constant 60s against these, which can definitely dispose of them in just a few hits. Since Hydras are weak to Dragon weapons, you may also take your DHCB to this area to farm the Alchemical Hydra, which will be quicker and easier than doing it with a lance, which is why I didn't include that boss in that segment. Almost the same rebuild process as a Twisted Bow in terms of rigor and a Necklace of Anguish, and pair that up with a Twisted Buckler for the range strength in the shield slot. Finally, you can also try some KBD and the Chambers of Xeric, although slightly better overall gear will be needed. And because of the consistent drops won't be amazing if you're trying to rebuild from scratch. If you still decide to do so, the DHCB is slightly better at KBD than the lance. Ladies and gentlemen, that's pretty much it for this video. Thank you so much for watching and of course making it this far. I wish you the best of luck with the rebuild if you find yourself in this situation. A massive thank you to all my channel members for all of your continued support, which goes towards helping a starving Mexican feed his family. If you want to be a part of this list with a ton of cool benefits in the channel, click the join button below to see all of the great perks you can get. In the next one, we will go over some of the most amazing Runelight plugins for your OSRS adventure, regardless of the progression of your account. Have an amazing day, have an amazing week, and I will see you then. Peace.
Cringy ass outro. Just judging from the thumbnail I'm looking at, that's gotta be a Markiplier video. It is not a Markiplier video. Wow. I'm baffled.
Hello everyone, Chaos here, and welcome to another old school RuneScape video. Today, my revamped 1 to 99 Slayer guide. The Slayer skill gives your character the ability to defeat certain monsters that need a particular item to be slain, either weapon or equipment, or some that just require the level to learn how to fight them to gain more experience and money. Slayer is arguably the most popular skill in the game because of the amount of variety and how much profit you are able to make. But don't be fooled. When trained casually, it can actually be the slowest skill in the entire game. This is the last revamped 1 to 99 guide on the channel for now, so for the grand finale, I would be really grateful if you subscribe with notifications on, drop a cheeky like for the YouTube algorithm, as well as checking out the join button below to further support the channel. These are all the quests that provide Slayer experience as of the time of making this video. Remember that some of them have a Slayer level requirement, and you may not be able to do them right away. The only two quests I recommend for early Slayer experience are the Varrock Museum Natural Quiz for 1000 experience, although it's technically not a quest, and then Poor Sign of Interest for another 1k. Other than this, any quest that grants Slayer experience will be pretty far off, so keep these two in mind to skip some painful early game. As for what quests I recommend to train Slayer, well, today we are doing something different. Instead of telling you what quests to do, first, I will show you a list of Slayer assignments and what quests unlock said creature for later on. This screenshot is from the RuneScape wiki, and as you can see, we have a vast array of creatures that can only be assigned as a Slayer task after completion of their respective quest. If you don't want any of these as an assignment, simply don't do the quest and it will save you blocks or cancels, but more on how this works later on. Not doing a quest for a specific task may hinder your progress a little bit, because some of them may be a requirement for important quests, so you'll be the judge. I recommend the Dwarf Cannon quest to have access to a Dwarf Multi-Cannon, so you can get over a lot of Slayer tasks quicker. Cannonballs are not super expensive nowadays, but whatever the price, it is always worth for more Slayer experience. And speaking of more experience, I also recommend the Hard or Elite to Mauritania and the Current Diary. Respectively, you will unlock the Bone Crusher and the Ash Sanctifier, which you should always take to every single Slayer trip for free prayer experience. You could also do Lunar Diplomacy for access to a lunar spell called NPC Contact. As you might know, after talking to a certain NPC for the first time, you can cast this spell to contact them remotely, which includes the Slayer Masters. Finally, to gain more experience via something called Bursting, you should do the Desert Treasure quest in order to unlock ancient magic spells. I will talk about more of this later on, and it will be essential for more Slayer tasks. Just like melee and ranged, Slayer makes use of a wide assortment of items you will be swapping around pretty much every task. We will get into the basics later, but for now, have all your combat items for melee, ranged, and magic ready. Training Slayer without the Slayer helmet will be like training Runecrafting without the essence pouches. Once unlocked, there is no reason not to wear this item in every single one of your trips, so make sure to keep one in the bank at all times. The Expeditious Bracelet is made by enchanting an opal bracelet, and when you wear it and kill a monster during a Slayer task, you have a 20% chance for the kill to count as 2, making the task faster on average. On the other hand, the Bracelet of Slaughter is made by enchanting a red topaz bracelet, and it has the opposite effect. When wearing it, if you defeat a monster during a Slayer task, there's a 25% chance that the kill will not count towards the total, making the task last longer, which is great for tasks that provide high experience or cash per monster. Just like previous skills, there's a plugin simply called Slayer that will give you a few visual cues on screen whenever you are out on Slayer trips. Make sure to keep it on at all times for nice quality of life upgrades. Other than that, make sure to activate all your personal favorite PVM plugins to fight the various monsters you will be asked to defeat. You can check some of my favorite ones in my most recent RuneLite plugins video to give you an idea. Now, because Slayer is not as straightforward as bank standing skills such as fletching, magic, or even skills like Hunter or Construction, I will take a few seconds to explain how this guide will function. And then I'll give you all the information you need to forge your own path. We will talk about the basics of Slayer, Slayer Masters, your point streaks and unlocks, tasks to cancel or block and why you should do it, tips to maximize experience, tasks for cash, experience or both, tutorial skipping, and a little segment at the end about Wildy Slayer. Each segment will go into detail to include everything you need to know to give you an overall idea of how you want to train the skill yourself. This because of two reasons. 1. Slayer is heavily RNG based because of the task a Slayer Master can assign. And 2, because monsters I enjoy killing may not be enjoyable for you. This is why instead of telling you what to do at every level, I am giving you all the information I have learned over the years to find what works for you. That being said, let's begin. Alright, so what is Slayer exactly and how does it work? If you have played any other classic MMO, it's basically one of the generic quests. Go to this area and kill a certain creature X amount of times, or until you have collected X amount of items dropped by said creature. In old school RuneScape, you talk to NPCs called Slayer Masters, and they will tell you to defeat a certain number of creatures, each giving you Slayer experience when they perish. When done, and if eligible, you will be given Slayer points which you can use with said Slayer Masters for tons of benefits. After completing multiple tasks in a row, you will be awarded with even more points. Your streak does not reset if you ask different masters for a task. The only exception is the Wilderness Slayer Master, which has her separate task streak. The higher Slayer level, the more creatures will be at your disposal. A Slayer-specific monster doesn't necessarily mean they will give you more Slayer experience when killed, but the more powerful monsters, the more experience they will grant. You have Slayer-specific creatures you only need the level 4, and you can kill without any item requirement like a Spiritual Mage. You have Slayer-specific creatures you can only finish off with an item once they have low HP, like a Lizard. You have Slayer-specific creatures you can only fight and/or damage if wearing a special item throughout the entire kill. For example, if you try fighting an Aberrant Spectre without a nose peg, they will massively drain your stats and deal heavy damage. Or even a Karask, which you may only damage if wearing leaf-bladed weapons such as an axe. All of this told you by the Slayer Master before your Slayer trip. Finally, there are areas in the game where monsters for which you need a Slayer assignment are fairly common. For example, the Fremennik Slayer Cave. What's even better though, is that there are areas in the game in which you can only attack monsters if you are on a Slayer assignment for said creature. For example, the upstairs Blue Dragon area in the Taverley Dungeon. You don't need any extra requirements for said rooms other than being on a Slayer assignment for said monster. Of course, we have a ton of little tips to maximize both experience and point gains, so this is what the entire video is all about. Now that we are done with the basics, well, we can't start training Slayer without a Slayer Master, so let's talk a little bit about them. We have a total of 9 Slayer Masters in the game, each with their own pros and cons. I will briefly talk about all of them, location, how to get there, how many points they give you when finishing a task as well as a streak, and towards the end, I will give you my general rule of thumb when choosing which one to stick to. Turiel is available on a fresh account, and these are the easiest tasks you will be able to do in the game. He is used for something called the Turiel skipping, which is used to farm Slayer points, but more on that later. He does not provide any Slayer points for any task whatsoever, and if you follow the melee guide, you should be higher combat level, so realistically, there's no reason to be using him as a master outside of skipping. Spria is the newest Slayer master added in 2020, and to grab a Slayer task from her, all you need to do is the quest for a sign of interest. She's almost like Turiel when it comes to the ease of her tasks, as well as giving 0 points after an assignment. I do not recommend you train with her whatsoever. And speaking of not training with someone, Maskna is a Slayer master located in the north entrance of Canifis. Her tasks are pretty bland, and you'll be getting an astonishing 2 points per task, and a respective point boost after an important streak. Because of all the early game questing you should have done before starting Slayer, you should easily be able to skip her, so no need to go into detail about her tasks. Vanica is located in the Edgeville dungeon, and this is where you will most likely start Slayer quote-unquote seriously. The way to get there is not the best, but his tasks are pretty decent for the combat level 40 requirement outside of Metal Dragons. His task list is incredibly diverse, and you'll be killing from low to high level monsters for 4 points per task. At level 70 combat, and after completing the quest Lost City to access Sonaris, you will be able to talk to the fairy named Cheldar for a task. This is where things start balancing out a little bit more, and you'll start having monsters assigned that are more in line with your combat level. You won't be here for too long because levels are going to start flying by in the mid-game for you to move on to the next one. The first of 3 Slayer Masters we will focus on later on is Konar. She's the second most recent Slayer Master released in Mount Karun along the Kebos lowlands from Zeya in 2019. Konar has one interesting twist though, and it is that when she assigns a monster, not only will she tell you what to kill, but also where to kill said creatures, giving Slayer more variety and more places to visit. When killing creatures under Konar's assignment, you will have a chance to receive Brimstone Keys. You may use these to open the Brimstone chest next to Konar for even more loot out of your tasks. The important part about Konar is that she is the only Slayer Master who will be able to assign Hydras in the Mount Karun Slayer dungeon, and should definitely be camped if you're looking for the pet or the claw. She also gives the highest point per task out of all Slayer Masters outside of Bristelia, of course given you have the elite Karen Diary. Next we have Neve. If you have completed Monkey Madness 2, Steve will take her place after being sat down by Gluff. Neve and Steve are great at assigning tasks for which you can use a cannon and get the trips over with quicker. And also a lot of tasks which you can execute at a boss instead of the lesser monster. If you're looking for Jad or Zug tasks, Steve and Steve have the highest chances at offering Tazar tasks, so keep this in mind when hunting for one of those. Oddly enough, Duradel is the only Slayer Master that has a Slayer level requirement of 50 to have an assignment from him, and his tasks are some of the best for both experience and money with a proper block list, which we will see later down the road. He also has great chances to assign monsters which can camp a boss instead of the lesser variant, like Abyssal Demons, Dagonauts, Calphites, Gargoyles, Smoke Devils, and much more. Finally, we have Crystalia. She is the Wilderness Slayer Master, and you need to keep 3 things in mind when asking her for an assignment. 1. All the monsters must be killed within the wilderness to count. 2. She has her own separate task streak, so you cannot boost points with her. And 3, she has the highest point payout of all Slayer Masters, obviously because of the risk versus reward factor. Crystalia is great because she can assign monsters like skeletons, bears, and spiders, which you can obviously carry out at Vedion, Callisto, and Venenatis, along with their weaker variants, so it's a great way to farm for their uniques. We will go over Wildy Slayer in more detail later in the video, as I'm sure it deserves its own segment. Now, you guys have heard me say the word points and point streaks a lot throughout this video. So, after every single Slayer task, you will be given a set amount of points depending on the Slayer Master. More importantly, after 10, 50, 100, 250, and 1000 tasks, you will have your points multiplied by 5, 15, 25, 35, and 50 respectively. Again, depending on the Slayer Master you used for a specific task. So, for example, if I do my task number 200 with Konar, it will be a 100 task streak. And I will receive 500 Slayer points instead of 20. This, of course, with the Elite Karen Diary. How are these points used and what is the best way to spend them? Well, let's look at the list of unlocks and rewards, tell you the good and the bad about each one, and towards the end of the segment, I will give you my personal unlock path. Go to any Slayer Master and right-click rewards on them for a new interface to open. This will have 4 tabs at the top: Unlock, Extend, Buy, and Tasks. So let's start with unlocks. The first 4 are for you to automatically kill monsters that require the use of an item on them to finish them off when low on health. This is for gargoyles, rock slugs, lizards, and zygomites. I recommend gargoyles only since the other 4 will be extremely uncommon later on. The next 3 give you the ability to create Slayer-related items, and these are ranged ammunition related to broad items, the Slayer helmet, and the Slayer ring. I only recommend the Slayer helmet as the other 2 are not that useful for a main account. The following ones are for a Slayer Master to be able to assign other creatures. This means that if you don't want these tasks, simply avoid unlocking them. These are Red Dragons, Mithril Dragons, Avian Seas, and Lizardman Shamans. The unlock named the Hot Stuff is for you to have an option to be assigned a Jad or Zuck when given a Tazar task. The unlock named the Bigger and Badder will make it so you have a 1 in 200 chance to spawn a superior variant of Slayer monsters, and these have a chance to drop special uniques as well as give you more Slayer experience. It is worth pointing out that not every single Slayer creature has a superior variant, so don't get too excited. Lastly, Like a Boss gives Slayer Masters the ability to assign a small amount of bosses to be slain, and these are not just bosses you can kill on other general tasks like the Dagonaut Kings on a Dagonaut task. The cool part about it is that you can choose the amount of bosses you would like to kill ranging from 3 up to a maximum cap depending on your tier of combat achievements. From these I only recommend Bigger and Badder as soon as you have 400 points, and Like a Boss once you have above level 93 Slayer, since like we've said before, bossing is not the most optimal thing to do for experience. The next 7 are purely cosmetic, and for 1000 points each you can use an item like a boss head on your Slayer helmet to give it a different look. The colors are black for KBD head, green for the Calphite Queen head, red for the Abyssal head, purple for the Dark Claws from Skotizo, light blue for Vorkad's head, darker green for Hydra heads, and finally a white and grey one with using twisted horns on your Slayer helmet. These should only be unlocked if you have extra points to spare. The next ones are quality of life and the ability to extend the tasks to more creatures beyond what you were assigned. Duly Noted gives Mithril bars when killing Mithril dragons. Stop the Wyvern stops masters from assigning Fossil Island Wyverns. Double Trouble will make it so each Grota's Guardian counts for 1 Gargoyle KC instead of 1 for the whole encounter. I Wildy More Slayer lets Crystalia assign more monsters you may fight in the Wildy, and it's pretty nice. Basiloct and Actual Vampire Slayer will make it so you can also kill Basilisk Knights and Firewatch Sentinels on Basilisk and Vampire tasks respectively, for chances at the Basilisk Jaw and the Bloodshard. The newest one is Warp the Reality, and the Master will be able to assign warped creatures in the dungeon where the Path of Gluffery takes place. I don't really recommend any of these because they're not great for experience per hour, and their uniques are either too rare or not too expensive. The last one is called the task storage. This nifty mechanic was added recently, and after you purchase it, you have the ability to go to the task tab in the interface and spend 50 points to store a task you may want to do, but maybe not right now. I personally use it to stack Slayer task for a pet I'm hunting for, so I can have back-to-back tasks. When you unstore a task, you're not going to get your points back. Up next we have extensions, and when purchased, your Slayer Master will assign even more of these monsters. We will go over which task to extend, block, and cancel in a later segment, so I won't worry too much about it right now. The general rule of thumb is just extending the tasks you like, and the ones you feel are good for cash and experience. The third tab is a Slayer shop in which you spend Slayer points to buy items. Other than the rune pouch and the herb sack, all of these are an absolute scam. And you can get both of the previous items in other ways as to not spend your precious Slayer points. You may simply buy a rune pouch note at the GE, and for the herb sack, your best bet is a tide farm. So quite honestly, avoid this tab like the plague. The fourth and final tab is for you to cancel a Slayer task and to manage your blocked tasks. If you cancel a Slayer task, it will cost 30 points and will not reset your streak. This is also where you can store a task if you have the ability to do so. If you decide to block a task, you won't be getting an assignment for that monster from any Slayer Master. How it works is that you have to wait to be assigned a task you don't like and then click the block task toward the right. This is going to cost 100 points. You unlock one slot every 50 quest points, and you get a sixth and final one with completion of the Elite Lumbridge Diary. As of the time of making this video, Jagex is pulling the ability to block a 7th task after the total quest points in the game just jumped to 300, thanks to the newest quest, so if that passes, we will have an additional task to cancel. So, boys and girls, after learning about every way to use your points, how do I recommend spending them? First, to get yourself a bigger and badder for more experience and the chances at an imbued heart. Then, the ability to make the Slayer helmet, and after that comes extensions. Save 100 to 300 points to wait on tasks you want to block, and then Gargoyle Smasher. After essential unlocks, get hot stuff for Jab tasks, and finally the ability to store Slayer tasks. Any extra points should be saved for cancels and cosmetics like the Slayer helmets. Okay, it is now time to talk about how you should go about extending, blocking, and cancelling out your tasks. Part of this segment will be a little technical, but I'll try to make it so it doesn't sound like a math class. Before we get into it, first we need to understand how tasks are assigned. I will take Duradel for this example. If you go to the wiki, you will see all monsters he is able to assign. The rightmost column is something called weight. At the bottom of the list, you will see something that says total task weight, and then a 301 towards the right. This means that each monster's weight adds up to that 301. And this is basically how likely Duradel is to assign a certain monster. The highest weight on the list is 12 for Abyssal Demons and Bosses, and the lowest is 2 for Adamant Dragons, Zygomites, Rune Dragons, and Water Fiends. This means that without any blocks, Duradel has nearly 4% chance to assign Abyssal Demons and Bosses, and less than a 1% chance to assign the less common tasks we mentioned before. What you can do for every master is experience all the Slayer tasks at least once, so you know which ones you like and which ones you don't. Then, go to their wiki page and see which tasks are common and uncommon. And then, follow this general rule of thumb. You completely block high weight monsters, and you cancel low weight monsters you don't like. My block list is Cave Horrors, Aberrant Spectres, Worms, Drakes, Spiritual Creatures, and Fire Giants. I don't like to do these, and since I'm still hunting for the Hydra pet, I block the Worms and Drakes because they have the same weight as Hydra, so without them there's a higher chance for me to have that task. When it comes to extensions, this mostly comes down to personal preference, but there's obviously a few winners we should keep in mind. Bloodveld, Dust Devils, Gargoyles, Necreals, Abyssal Demons, and Krakens should be good candidates as they offer great experience, cash, or AFK times. I personally extend Black Dragons for KBD and Aviancies for longer Armadillo trips. Under no circumstances should you extend the Dark Beasts, Ankus, Sukwas, Metal Dragons, Spiritual Creatures, Aberrant Spectres, and Cave Horrors. This means that Greater Demons, Black Demons, Skeletal Wyverns, Scabberites, Fossil Island Wyverns, Basilisks, Vampires, and Revenants should be extended under your own judgment and if you like to do them. Up next I have a few tips for you to maximize experience gains. These are things you can do while training Slayer or preparing for you to squeeze every drop out of your available time. I will paraphrase most of these from one of my previous videos. But cows, that's lazy and you're recycling your own content. Tip number 1 is to toggle difficult tasks. If you talk to a Slayer Master, you will see an option for them to take your combat level into account when giving an assignment. This will be off by default, but if you ask them to turn this on, you will be assigned any creature on their list regardless of your combat level. This is a double-edged sword because if you can get more experience from higher level monsters, but you are stuck with an annoying task and you have no points to cancel it, well, you're kind of out of luck. Number 2 is to have a bank tab for General Slayer for all 3 combat styles. You can learn how to do this in my bank organization video, but with the bank tags and the bank tags layout plugins, you can make tabs for your gear and the inventory setups to quickly go on Slayer trips as soon as you know what you will be fighting. Related to your bank, we have number 3, and I recommend having a loot tab for you to just dump your whole inventory after your trip to go for another task. When doing this, you don't have to worry about where your things went, and the less organizing the better. I also show my personal loot tab in the banking video, and I recommend for you to know a few pointers on how to make your own. Next, I recommend having teleports to all Slayer Masters you're currently using. Now, you don't have to have the absolute best to teleport, but the less running, the better for you to get another task ASAP. Things like the Karamja Gloves for Duradel, a Spirit Tree in your house for Neversteed, a Radha's Blessing for Konar, and an Amulet of Glory for Crystallian. This of course can be negated with the NPC contact spell, but you won't be able to use the shop if needed right away. We have already talked about this one, but it's so important that we need to elaborate on it. Whenever you are training Slayer, take your cannon whenever possible. Even in single-way combat, you will kill your targets way quicker, which obviously translates to more experience per hour. There are only a few spots in the game where cannoning is not allowed, like the Catacombs of Korend and the Slayer Cave, but this becomes much better at multi-combat areas to dispose of your targets much quicker. Like I've said many times before, some people may crucify me for this one, so I will word it very carefully. If you're focused on 99 Slayer and you want quick experience, avoid bossing at all costs. Bosses, especially in Slayer tasks, can be a great source of profit, but without proper levels and gear, you're not going to be super efficient. So you're better off killing the lesser variant of a boss and keep at it. The last tip I have for you is to use Expeditious and Slaughter bracelets appropriately. Remember that Expeditious makes the trips shorter, and the latter has the opposite effect. Use the first one on tutorial skipping or a bad task you do want to get over quicker. The Bracelet of Slaughter should be used at places that offer great experience and cash per hour, like bursting tasks. This is all I have for this segment outside of efficient. The block lists for experience and cash, as well as bursting and the use of the Veni bow, both of which will have their own segments. If you're watching at this point, make sure to leave us a comment below with your tips on how to maximize your Slayer gains. With everything we have learned so far, it is now time for a small segment on what weapons and armor I recommend to make Slayer training more enjoyable, because you'll be hitting higher numbers. I will show you melee, ranged, and mage setups for mid, late, and end game. In the mid game, we have a dragon scimitar with a torso, obby legs, and a defender for melee, a magic shortbow imbued and rune arrows with at least a blue dragon hide and snakeskin boots. For magic, we have mystics and the new warped scepter, along with a god book and a god cape. You won't be doing a ton of damage, but the monsters you'll be facing are not going to be super tough either. For the late game, upgrade to a whip or tentacle whip, and after making a bit of cash, you could get yourself some Bandos Tacets to upgrade the leg slot. For ranged, get yourself a blowpipe with amethyst darts and the blessed dragonhide pieces. Magic will see a pretty big upgrade to Aaron's, along with the Trident of the Swamp and the Elidna's Ward. Don't forget your occult necklace for that insane damage bonus. I will avoid having best in slot items for the endgame, meaning that we want full bandos and prims for melee, along with either a rapier or a fang, and an amulet of torture. Range sees the least amount of changes, so if you don't have a rigor at this point, unlock it as soon as possible. Finally, for magic, you are going to upgrade to Virtus and the Tormented Bracelet with an imbued God Cape. As Agonisti staff is not really needed for Mage Slayer unless it's a Kraken. We are now taking a few moments to talk about tasks where you can burst, barrage, or use the Venator bow to attack multiple monsters at once. As you know, the burst and barrage spells in the Ancient Spellbook are 3x3 area effect damage spells, which can hit multiple monsters at once up to a cap. The best places to do this at are Ankus, Dust Devils, Necrials, and Abyssal Demons at the Catacombs of Corinth. You may also apply this to Smoke Devils in the Smoke Devil dungeon, and Tassars, just to mention a few. When you get one of these tasks, go to the respective multi-combat area with your best magic gear and spell available, excluding ice spells for Abyssal Demons. And then tag all of them, for example with an Iron Dart. Once all of them are on you, move like this between diagonal tiles for them to stack on top of each other. When they occupy the same space, click on them to start attacking. Both Magic and Slayer experience will be absolutely insane, and this will make for ridiculously quick tasks. Technically speaking, you can also do this with Chinchompas, but Magic will be better. With the addition of the Venator bow, you may also attack multiple targets in the multi-combat area to both AFK and dispose of more monsters quicker. Some of the best places to use it are the Lighthouse Basement for Dagonauts, and pretty much any monsters in the Catacombs of Corinth. And again, the Smoke Devil Dungeon. It will be a great alternative to train ranged along Slayer if you ever get yourself a Venator bow, which is honestly not that expensive to get. Alright boys and girls, now for an important segment you have probably been waiting for. We are taking a look at tasks to focus on for experience and then GP. I am not counting Cristelia because she's used mostly for point farming, and you should always do every task in the most efficient way possible, which is our next segment. I will assume you are using either Neve or Steve, Connor or Duradel, since those are the ones you should be using after level 70 combat, which makes for most of your experience and the path to 99. Some of these will overlap between Slayer Masters, so always do them when you have a chance. For experience, you are going to do Abyssal Demons, Anku, Bloodvelds, Dagonauts, Dust Devils, Gargoyles, Calphites, Necrials, Smoke Devils, Trolls, Tassar or Jad, Greater Demons, Hellhounds, and Jellies. Keep in mind you should always do these by either barraging or attacking from a distance with a cannon, even on single-way combat area, such as Hellhounds, even at the Taverley dungeon, to damage them quicker. If you want more profit, either consistent or from expensive uniques, I recommend Basilisk Knights, Demonic Gorillas on a Black Demon task, the Kraken, Dust Devils, Gargoyles, Kurasks, Lizardman Shamans, Necrials, Skeletal Wyverns, Firewatch Sentinels, and Smoke Devils. What I'm about to say pretty much contradicts the tip I gave you about no bossing until High Slayer, but if you want to start dipping your toes into PvM, I recommend doing bosses on a Slayer task for higher damage output, and therefore more experience per hour. Try things such as Vorkath on a Blue Dragon task, Cerberus on a Hellhound task, the Thermonuclear Smoke Devil, and even the Alchemical Hydra. So, something you have heard me mention a lot throughout the video is Turiel skipping. If you remember, you receive additional points when hitting a specific number of tasks in a row, and that your streak does not reset if talking to multiple masters. We can use this to our advantage and do the following. Check your streak, and if you're not about to hit a 10th task, talk to Turiel and ask him for an assignment. He will give you something easy like cows, bears, minotaurs, and so on. Wear your Expeditious Bracelet and you will be done with the task in under 3 minutes. Repeat this until you are at your 9th task before a multiple of 10. You are then going to hit up your favorite Slayer Master that isn't Cristelia, and you will have a regular assignment. If you have the Elite Current Diary, it's almost mandatory that you do the task with Konar because she grants the highest amount of points per task. When you finish the assignment, you will be given even more Slayer points, and you just need to rinse and repeat until you have enough points for whatever you need. On screen you have been seeing notable areas to carry out your Turiel tasks for you to do them quicker with a cannon. The second to last segment has to do with Wildy Slayer. I have this as a separate part in the guide because it's a little more specific, and being in the Wildy is of course going to be high risk at high reward. If you have a Slayer task from a master that isn't Cristelia, for which you can progress with monsters found in the Wildy, You can choose to do them there, although it's not going to be the smartest option. On the other hand, if you ask Christilli for a Slayer task, you will only
You're listening to a player piano piece called The Circus Gallop. And as you can probably tell, it's impossible for a human being to play this. even for a super virtuoso pianist, like the guy who wrote the piece, Marc-Andre Hamelin. Hi, I'm Ben Lottie, and in this video, I'll be asking Marc-Andre Hamelin to break down 9 of the most impossible pieces ever written for piano that were actually intended for human hands.
That is a horrifying page.
I will hand Mark a particularly daunting page from each piece and watch how his fingers and his brain compute the score right before our very eyes. Speaking of which, you can develop your mind and fingers at the keyboard under the guidance of Marc-Andre Hamelin himself. Sign up for a Tone-Based Premium membership and you'll get instant access to all of Hamelin's tone-based videos, from special technical exercises to an in-depth workshop on the Chopin-Godowsky etudes. Lucky for you, it's Black Friday, and that means all Tone-Based memberships are 50% off through the end of the month. So go ahead and pause this video, click the link there in the description, and claim your 50% off Tone-Based membership right now. Now, before we dive in, just a quick word on the pieces I chose. I restricted myself to concert repertoire composed in the 19th and early 20th centuries, roughly stretching from Beethoven's Hammerklavier Sonata through Charles Ives' monumental Concord Sonata. My choices are subjective, and there's dozens of other pieces that you could make the case for being on this list. Of course, anyone could write down a bunch of notes that are impossible for a human being to realize physically or mentally at the piano. But to do so in the service of art as ravishing as the music that you're about to hear in this video, that's something else entirely. And on that note, let's hand the first piece to Mark.
So what piece are we looking at?
This is the fugue from Beethoven's Hammerklavier Sonata. The last 5 pages, to my mind, are the most punishing. More and more, the so-called weaker fingers are called upon. This makes the whole thing much, much more difficult to clarify. The fugue is really quite a long one, and it requires very, very careful planning as far as fingering. If you take these 3 bars here, this middle one, if you can't span B flat and A together, you're forced to use the thumb 3 notes in a row. And at the tempo at which this has to go, approximately, it can cause a lot of problems. I mean, when you've figured out the best fingerings for this whole fugue, at least half of the battle is already won. But then, of course, you have to project it, you know, and give it direction. Charles Ives, this is the Concord Sonata. He was inspired by the Concord Transcendentalists. Everything else was secondary. It's a piece that starts possibly with the greatest amount of turmoil. He wrote what he wanted, you know, with really no regard for pianistic difficulty whatsoever. He did say that he thought there was a great message in Beethoven's Fifth, in those 4 notes. There was a complete lack of self-censorship in this case. And I find that very refreshing. You got his impulse, his musical impulse, in unadulterated form, without regard to comfort. I mean, some of it is very, very comfortable to play, and other passages are really, really very demanding.
Do you have this piece memorized?
Yes. But I have to qualify that. I wouldn't attempt to memorize something like that today. I discovered this piece when I was 13. I listened to John Kirkpatrick's second recording for a whole summer, literally. I got it in June, and then I got the score finally in September. I was a boy, you know. I really, really don't believe in that kind of thing now, because I believe in the true message that the score, ergo the composer's intentions, you know, can impart to us. I could go on.
Powerful stuff. Here's another excerpt. I don't know when you saw this last.
Don Giovanni fantasy.
When I see this particular page, I'm ready to quit piano.
Because of those chromatic
He
thirds?
takes a
here?
scale, then he makes you do two of them at once in the same hand, and I'm just like, that's when I close the book.
This isn't actually all that scary.
Really? Could you?
Yeah. And descending. I was maybe, I don't know, 16 or so. I played Saint-Saëns' Fourth Concerto, which has a couple of scales in thirds, you know, so I had to figure out a fingering. It's a particularly wonderful sounding device in a moment of great tension.
When was the last time you pulled this one out of your bag?
I've taken this out of my repertoire in favor of the Norma fantasy, which I like musically a great deal more. The Don Giovanni fantasy is really admirable, I think, in many, many respects. But maybe I'm getting too old for it. I mean, anybody who really poo-poos him as a mere showman has no awareness of what he brought us. Alfred Brendel even said, you know, anybody who thinks that Liszt is just for pure display, you know, better stay away from him. You have lots of these.
There's a few.
Oh, Islamay. Balakidef. Well, it's just full of intractable double notes. It requires really great stamina and great force, I think. I reworked it actually a few years ago, or at least I tried to, but it didn't come out to my satisfaction, so it's permanently banned, I think.
So when you're working on a piece of this difficulty, how would you break down a passage like this?
Very slowly.
Can I ask about that? What's happening when you're
It
practicing?
rebuilds all of the right motions physically, and also it reclarifies the music in your mind. I find it invaluable. Slow practice. Have you ever read the book Speaking of Pianists by Abram Jasons? He once recalls paying a visit to Rachmaninoff. And before he knocked on the door, he could hear Rachmaninoff practicing. This is what he heard. Hours of this. It doesn't have to be that slow, but slow enough so that you are aware of everything you're doing and that nothing is automatic. Ravel, Gaspard de la Nuit, Scarbo. Scarbo is a malevolent gnome who torments the poet's nights. He explicitly said he wanted to write something more difficult than Balakidev's Islamay. I mean, this whole triptych is one of the greatest examples of musical illustration of a literary source. By every single compositional means, you know, especially harmonic and structural, and he is able to translate this poem, you know, so well, and the feeling behind it. To me, this is one of the, I think, one of the 2 or 3 greatest phenomenon in 20th century piano literature. Your eye really has to be able to travel a lot and be aware of the whole keyboard at once. You know, he really has you travel at great speed. It should be said, the Scarbo movement has become a speed contest for most young pianists. Ravel intended the general tempo to be the same as the scherzo from Midsummer Night's Dream. Usually goes it's usually played a lot faster than that. It's marked vif at the beginning, vivo, not presto or prestissimo, vif, vivace. Yeah, and he actually wants you to reduce the tempo, un peu moins vif, a little less vivace.
What does that feel like? Like,
Take your time. It's the end of a crescendo, which has to graduate to something enormous. You know, this is really the ultimate in horror, you know, for this piece. After which everything vanishes. It's wonderful.
for many, what makes something hard is the degree to which it's fast and loud, and yet sometimes things can be very, very quiet.
That is a horrifying page. That's Ondine. This is one case where you have to know what piano you're getting. And if you don't, you have to make do with it. Every piano is going to respond differently to something like this. You see, I haven't played this instrument for quite some time. It has to be triple piano, first of all. It has to be as even as possible, with no accents. And Ravel apparently wanted the melody not to be too prominent, but sort of be part of it. Still, it should sound like a melodic unit, like a melody, but okay, that's enough calories spent today.
Okay. This is the page that people joke about as Rachmaninoff having spilled ink all over the score.
I never heard that. It's Rachmaninoff Third Concerto. This is in the trio section of the third movement. I actually recently fingered this concerto for Henley. It was very interesting to revisit this piece.
What is that process like? And could you pick a bar and sort of show us?
Well, just a very, very, very small example here in the second bar. And then left hand is just. So you can take a few notes with the right hand. It's very little, but it can make a difference because your right hand then doesn't have to do all the work.
I have another concerto in my hand.
You have an unlimited supply of these things. This is Charles Valentin Alcan. This is from a very lengthy work of his, which is a concerto for solo piano in 3 movements. But the 3 movements are actually part of a much larger work called 12 Etudes in all the minor keys. Unfortunately, his reputation rests on things like this, which are pianistically thought to be like unapproachable. And the exposition of the first movement, which just, where the difficulties just multiply.
You didn't just write impossible works. You showed me one earlier.
Yeah. I mean, there's a beautiful barcarolle in G minor. the middle section is really quite forward-looking. Very bluesy harmonies.
What do we have here?
This is Busoni's piano concerto. I find that a lot of people are sort of disoriented when they first hear it because they expect the traditional piano concerto, which it is not. First of all, the number of movements, the fact that it has a chorus at the end, and the fact that it's so distended in scope. If you are expecting something much more symphonic, then you have a better chance of appreciating it for the first time. Some people loathe this work, and others think it's the greatest thing ever written. It was an incredible period of very, very dense musical and artistic development. We owe this determination to explore, all the way from Liszt and Wagner, I think, to expand tonality, and to expand every single other parameter of musical expression. Something that really gave me a lot of headache many, many, many years ago, from the Scriabin 7th. Second theme. So it's in 6/8. The left hand is always on off beats. Mm-hmm. So you have, and then the second bar, and then he repeats that a few bars later and adds. You have a quintuplet in the 6/8 context with the left hand in off beats, 16th note off beats. And you have to determine which voice is primary, secondary, tertiary. That was a tough one, but that was like 40 years ago, I think.
Old School RuneScape is about to receive one of its biggest fundamental changes to date. In 2024, we're going to receive a big content rebalance. This is going to be touching a wide swath of content, from endgame weapons to combat styles to agility to mining. There's a bit of everything in here, and I'm really excited to cover it. Now, long-standing content in Old School RuneScape is not changed very frequently, with a few exceptions like the blowpipe nerf, item level requirement changes, and other small examples. But this one's huge and it covers a lot of things. Now this is just a bullet point summary of the changes they are looking to make. Nothing's in depth. We're going to be getting tons of blogs, chances to give feedback as we move into 2024, but having read through the entire blog, I actually find myself kind of excited, although there's going to be some nerfs, there's going to be some buffs, and some significant changes. So let's get into it. Now to start us off here, let's jump right into the meat of it. Let's start with some of the bigger, more impactful things. Now the first major change they're looking to make is actually to run energy. Run energy has been a pretty hotly discussed topic for a while, particularly with how it affects people in the early game. Running around on a brand new account with no teleports kind of sucks, especially if you're an Ironman. And they're looking to make some changes to it. In short, they're looking to make some changes to the run energy drain, the energy regen, and with how weight and agility interact with them. Now they don't specifically indicate what these changes are going to be, but I'm pretty certain they're wanting to make them more forgiving. Generally, run energy becomes pretty inconsequential in the late game with access to stamina potions, graceful and stuff like that. It's really in the early and mid game that you're really suffering, so I'm pretty sure they're looking to make that a bit more appealing for new players. I think most players wouldn't cry over the graceful meta being gone. I think Leagues especially has brought that to the table. It's kind of fun watching people run around in whatever gear instead of one singular item set. Gets kind of boring. Okay, so here's the big one. They're going to be making some pretty significant fundamental changes to how NPCs' defenses work. The general idea and their intention with these changes is they want to make bringing the correct item for the job a bit more pronounced. So if a monster is weak to crush, it's going to be a bit weaker to crush than it was before. It's going to be a lot more appealing to bring a specific crush weapon. If a monster is weak to stab, you might want to bring an abyssal whip. If it's weak to crush, maybe a abyssal bludgeon, Sarachnis cudgel, something like that. That is the case now, but often a slightly stronger weapon will just be better, even if it's not weak to that style in particular. Now, one thing you might notice is that being weak to stab, slash, and crush is a melee specific attribute. Ranged magic aren't like that. If a monster is weak to range, then it's weak to all ranged weapons, not just a select few, and the same thing with magic. Now, because if you make a monster weak to ranged, it's weak to darts, javelins, and blowpipe in the similar manner, it makes it pretty difficult to design bosses and monsters that are weak to a variety of different ranged and magic weapons. So what they're looking to do is actually introduce ranged type weaknesses and elemental weaknesses. Now, ranged type weaknesses would be divided into heavy, which is javelins and bolts, standard, which would be arrows, and light, which would be thrown weapons like knives and darts. For magic, elemental weaknesses would be in the form of air or smoke, water/ice, earth/shadow, and fire/blood. So for example, instead of a gargoyle just being weak to ranged, it would be weak to heavy ammunition. So you might bring a heavy ballista when you're killing gargoyles. Or for example, fire giants, which would be weak to, of course, water or ice spells, which would allow for a ton of different design choices and would improve the viability of a ton of different weapons that are currently pretty much useless. Now this is a huge change when you think about it. Every monster in the game needs to be redesigned to have 3 different range type weaknesses and 4 different magic type weaknesses. That's a huge change and will significantly change combat in a sense, but I'm actually really excited about this. This is probably one of my favorite changes of anything they've actually suggested. Will this change a lot of content in the game? Yes, but I think this allows for a ton of different design choices. New bosses will be able to take advantage of this. Tons of new weapons will be viable where they weren't before. But I think for the most part, a lot of monsters will remain the same, but there'll be less weapons that excel at everything. You'll need a larger variety in your toolkit. Okay, so next up here we have the nerfs and the buffs. First up on the docket, the Asmunten's Fang. This has been a hotly discussed item for a long time. It is kind of a jack of all trades when it comes to defense busting. And really what seemed to push it over the top is the fact that it was viable even on its slash setting at monsters like Vardorvis, even though it's supposed to primarily be a stab weapon. So what they're changing about the Fang is they're going to make the unique double accuracy roll only work when you're using the stab setting. Slash will be like any other weapon. So it's not going to really shred through defenses on slash anymore, which will stop it from overtaking what should be the space for the Blade of Saldor, Scythe of Vitor, and stuff like that. Now the Fang is the only weapon that they have gone into depth on what they're going to change about it, but they do mention some other nerfs that are coming. The Void Waker is going to be catching some nerfs. They say that guaranteed hits ignoring accuracy checks in PvM makes it really difficult to design future spec weapons without power creeping the game significantly. So the Void Waker is going to get nerfed in some capacity, seems like specifically angled at PvM. The Ancient Godsword is also going to be getting a nerf. They state that current healing from special attacks elongates, outlasts fights, and creates too big of an HP delta even when prayed against correctly. Another item is getting nerfed, the Occult Necklace. Now what they're going to be doing is removing some of the magic damage bonus from the occult and distribute it to other parts of magic progression. Could be on the weapons themselves, could be on armor, it could be from new items. They don't say exactly where that's going, but somewhere in the magic progression. And finally, they're actually going to be potentially nerfing the Tome of Fire and Water. This isn't really because they're too strong now, but because of the changes they might make to elemental weaknesses, they might become overtuned at that point, so they might have to tone them down due to some of the rebalancing changes. So that's it for the nerfs. We don't know too much more about most of them, but there is one item Jagex has given us actually a lot of detail on, and that is the Scythe. Players have been clamoring for a buff to the Scythe for so long, and it is finally happening. The Scythe is being changed because there's a few major issues with it. One big one is the cost. The upkeep cost of the Scythe is one of the most expensive weapons in the game, and even if it's technically best at some content, often players won't use it there because it's so expensive. And I think overall it doesn't really feel like it occupies the same space as the other mega rare items like the Twisted Bow and the Tunic and Shadow. So let's start with what they're actually changing about the Scythe, or going to be changing. The Scythe is going to receive a slight accuracy buff so that the use cases are slightly more expanded. Specifically, they're going to be given an extra 15 slash accuracy. So this will hardly increase the DPS on lower defense monsters, but the higher defenses they have, of course, this will be a bit more of a significant change. The other change they're making to the Scythe is actually to the cost. They're going to be looking to make about a 25% reduction in the cost of the Scythe by reducing the amount of blood runes required to charge it. The cost per swing is going to go from around 780 down to roughly 585. And finally, they will also make it so that if your Scythe misses, it will not use a charge. So this will also help reduce the cost per hour a bit, especially if you're fighting higher defense monsters where you're more likely to miss. Now these changes are significant, but really the biggest thing that they're pledging to do to help make the Scythe more viable is to design more future content with the Scythe in mind. So although the Scythe is going to be stronger as soon as these changes come to the game, the bigger issue is that the Scythe just isn't that viable at nearly the amount of content that the Twisted Bow is, or the Tunic and Shadow. In recent memory, monsters have been designed with high defense levels, which has made the Scythe a bit of a struggle to use. So long term, they're going to commit to adding more content featuring low defense / weak monsters or 3x3 monsters where the Scythe is going to shine. Now that's not the only buff. Now one interesting change they're going to be making that will affect the entire game is they're adjusting the damage on hit to roll from 1 to your maximum instead of 0 to your maximum. So if you successfully pass your accuracy check and hit the monster, you will hit now a minimum of 1. Now this helps with a variety of content, in the early game especially, because if your max hit's a 1, like it is when you start, you'll hit 0 50% of the time that you actually hit your opponent, which means you're going to miss a lot less in the early game. But this also actually improves the use of items like the Dragon Warhammer or Arclight, because now if you pass the accuracy check and hit, you will guaranteed hit something, which is all you need for an item like the Dragon Warhammer. Now beyond that, they are buffing some other content as well. The Elder Maul is getting a buff. They don't say what it is. It's uncertain whether they meant anything beyond the Chambers of Zarek Tecton change. The Soul Reaper Axe is going to be getting a buff. No information on that. all they say is a bit too frustrating to feel good using. We'll see, could be anything. They're going to reduce the drain rate of bottom tier prayers like Thick Skin, Burst of Strength to make them a little more useful as a lower level option that doesn't impact your prayer as much. And they also want to improve Sharp Eye and Burst of Strength prayers. So just a few other small buffs to the early game. So anyway guys, that is it for all the major changes. There are of course a ton of smaller things that are happening to skills.
Honestly, okay, I'm pretty happy with all those changes that are proposed. Like, those all sound pretty solid. I wish the scythe could be buffed a little bit more. Like, just a plus 15 to the, I feel like the scythe, the cost, reducing the cost, that's cool. But I don't think they did enough. I think it needs a bigger buff to reducing the cost. And also, what was the other thing? Oh yeah, and then also only a plus 15 accuracy bonus on top of what it already has. Like, I think 25 would be pretty decent. It's a mega weapon, dude. Like, it needs to be good. And it's good, but not good enough. And I think they're, like you said, they're gonna be creating new content coming in the future, kind of based around the scythe. They're gonna create the new content with the scythe in mind, which is like, okay, cool, but what about content we have now? I don't know, man. I don't know. I think the scythe, yeah, the buff is great. I think it needs a little bit more though, in my opinion. Other than that, all the changes sound good. One hour to go. What am I doing? Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me.
Hey guys, how's it going, and welcome to a video on efficient firemaking training. So I don't think I'm going to bother doing an actual like 1 to 99 guide on firemaking, because firemaking is the exact same thing at every single level. It's just you burn different logs, but the process is exactly the same. I think somewhere in the 30s you stop ever failing to burn logs on your first attempt, and it doesn't matter the level of the logs, it just matters your firemaking level. So as far as 1 to 99, burn the best logs you can all the time. Once you get 75 onwards, you should burn magic logs. If you're thinking in terms of macro efficiency, it's worth spending the extra money for the extra XP per hour. So there's your 1 to 99 guide. Burn the best logs that you can, or if you don't want to spend a lot of money, then you can burn lower level logs, but the process of firemaking will be exactly the same no matter what logs you burn. So in this video I'm going to show you guys the most simple and efficient way to train firemaking. The G is by far the easiest spot to use. I made a video a very long time ago showing firemaking without relighting if you got quite good at the Rogue's Den, and you can still burn there, and actually it's pretty easy to not relight there also, because there's a banker right there. There's hardly any squares that you can't light fires on, if any, and you can use noted items on a banker to unnote them. But the reason I like the G better than the Rogue's Den is because it's a lot wider and more open, and there's less obstacles in the way that you have to move around. So basically you can just light 4 rows of fires up and down, and constantly be lighting fires in even rows and not have to be moving your character around a lot. It is pretty easy to move your character around between lighting fires, because firemaking is 4 ticks per fire. So you have 1 tick to start the cycle, 1 tick to burn the log, and then you have 2 ticks in between where you can do anything that you want. As long as you get to the log on the 4th tick, then you should be good. So you can move your character and all that kind of stuff as you see me doing. So basically the way this method works is that you burn half of your inventory going west to east, and then you burn the other half of your inventory going east to west. Fires by default will burn east to west, so a lot of times people will just light like 1 line of fires, like they'll run to a certain spot, start lighting fires, and they'll be able to light an entire inventory of fires without having to move their character at all, which is a few less clicks, and if you enjoy doing that, then go for it, but it's a little bit less efficient because basically all that time that you spend running up to a certain location, you're not lighting fires. And if you do it this way, you can move that distance between firemaking ticks and not lose any ticks at all. So basically it's the same thing as being able to light an infinitely long row of fires, like if you had no inventory limitation and you could burn like noted logs 1 at a time. and you never had anything in your way, this would be the same thing. So it's as efficient as you possibly can be with fire making, unless you could find a way to manipulate ticks to speed up the process of fire making. It might be possible to do like 3 or maybe even 2 tick fire making if you get something figured out, but haven't gotten that far yet anyways. But this is a way that you can at least continuously light fires. So you run halfway up the other way by just running in between fire making ticks. You just have to get used to the timing. It's not really incredibly difficult once you get used to it, and it's not that many more clicks. I prefer to run 2 squares and then light 2 fires, then run 2. Sometimes people just run 1, light a fire, run 1, light a fire. But it is fewer clicks to do it this way, and it's kind of a nice cycle as well. So that's pretty much all there is for fire making. You just have to get used to the fact that you can use noted items on a banker, and they will unnote a full inventory for you. And you want to have your hand position on the 1 key in your keyboard, so you can press the 1 key quickly, and you just want to relight as quickly as you can. And once you get used to it, you should most of the time not lose any ticks. And with magic logs, it's around like 440, 450 KXP per hour if you get really good at it and don't lose many ticks. Since it's 4 tick action, the most fires you'd be able to burn per hour is about 1500, since 6,000 ticks in an hour, and it takes 4 ticks per fire. So you can figure out the XP per hour of other logs based on that, multiply that by how much XP you get per log. Or realistically, you might be burning more like 1400, 1450 logs per hour, but yeah, doing this is definitely the most efficient way to go for fire making, so I figured I'd share that with you guys. The only other thing to really note is that I'm using Magic Imbue, which is really easy to do while fire making. I have the Magic Imbue timer from OSBuddy right there in the bottom right of the viewing window, so you can cast Magic Imbue every 21 ticks. So fires are 4 ticks, Magic Imbue is 21 ticks, so basically every 5 fires you can cast a Magic Imbue, but if you use the timer there, then it's pretty easy to keep track of it without having to count your fires. But yeah, I may as well do that. You can get like 20k Magic XP per hour while fire making, and if you do Magic Imbue all the way to 99 fire making, if you're doing magic logs, I think you get about 600k Magic XP, which is actually pretty decent. I mean, it's no time wasted, and the amount of inventory space that you have open doesn't really matter, since you're
Alright, last one. There it is. So, 48237 times 200 brings us to 9.65 million GP. Ain't that something? Alright, well, that's about it. See ya.